Hey everyone, in this video, we're going to build Dionysus, a full-stack SaaS that lets developers work and collaborate on complex code projects powered by AI. We will be building an end-to-end, production-ready, retrieval-augmented generation pipeline with LangChain and the GitHub API. Let's take a closer look. You begin by creating a project within Dionysus, linking your GitHub repository and giving your project a name. You can provide a custom GitHub token if you're trying to link a private repository. In this case, I'm going to use the sample chat PDF project that I did a while ago. We're using a credit-based system to keep track of the usage. And with that, I can press create project. With this, we will use LangChain to scrap the entire GitHub repository, use vector embeddings to create a retrieval augmented generation model. Within each project, users can view a summary of all the commits that other teammates have made in the repository. We generate an AI summary based on the changes in each commit for you to quickly understand what has happened while you were gone. You can ask Dionysus any question you want, and it will generate a 100% accurate answer with context of your entire codebase. For example, I'm trying to figure out where in the code am I loading in the PDF. It will cite the files that he has used in the codebase for you to verify and understand the answer that he has given you. If you're satisfied with the answer, you can just press Save Answer for you to always refer back to this answer when new members onboard the project. But that's not even the most powerful part of this project. You can actually upload meetings into Dionysus, and you'll be able to generate meeting summaries and allow you to ask any questions regarding the issues in the meeting that you generate. This is extremely helpful if you're trying to process a meeting that you have accidentally missed. And with that, we are processing the meeting, and it will do it in the background asynchronously while we wait for it to come back. Once the meeting has finished processing and I go into the meeting notes, I'm able to catch up on the meeting that I missed by clarifying it with Dionysus. He will have 100% context of the meeting notes. You can ask anything about the meeting notes here and it will give you a 100% accurate answer. Last but not least, we allow users to purchase more credits to process their projects through Stripe payments, where they can buy however many credits they require for their project. The best part is, all the technologies used in this project will have a generous free tier, so you don't need a credit card to follow along and build out this project. We will be using Google's Gemini AI for our AI API provider, Firebase for file uploads, and AssemblyAI for our meeting analysis. I'll be building the entire project out end to end with you, explaining all the technical and architectural detail as we go along, so that you always have a full understanding of the project that you're building with me. I will walk you through all the code line by line so you have the entire project in this video. So with that, let's get started. Hey guys, before we actually continue with the project initialization, I just want to share about the update on the starter kit that I've been building over the past few months. Even though it has only been released for 3 weeks now, the amount of positive reactions and feedback of people supporting the toolkit has been just mind-blowing to me. Thank you again to everyone who is supporting my channel by purchasing the starter kit. I took a lot of your suggestions and I have now added a new setup wizard. With this setup wizard, you can come in and customize the exact tech stack that you want to be working with. Some people don't like Clerk and they would stick to a custom authentication with NextJS. They can also choose either Prisma or Drizzle for their ORM. And if you're not keen with OpenAI, you can always use Google's Vertex AI to actually power your AI applications. And even for file storage, if you don't want to be logged in with AWS S3, you can always just use Firebase Firestore to just quickly get up and running. And finally, we can also allow you to customize your email provider and your payment solution. With that at the end, you can either choose to deploy to Vercel, or we will give you a Docker file for you to self-host the project on any VPS that you choose. And with this, you can press finish and download, and we will download an entire zip file of this exact starter kit into your computer for you to start hacking. This tool has truly saved our founders days and days of time setting up boring project templates and allow them to dive straight into building the MicroSaaS and start making money. I'm still iterating on this project every single week, and all feedback are welcomed. And with this successful launch, the price of the starter kit will be back to its normal price after 2 weeks of this video being released. So if you're interested in this project, do check it out at start-saas.com. And with that, thank you so much, and let's begin with the project. Alright, let's actually get started. So this is a relatively complex project, and the main part is actually how to build a proper retrieval augmented generation system to allow you to process your GitHub repository. And we'll be using LangChain for that. And the structure of this kind of tutorial will be, I'm going to show you how to build out the basic UI first, and then we're going to delve deep into building out the functionality and the backend processes of processing the GitHub API and the LangChain API for you to load in the question. And after that, we're going to build out the Q&A pipeline for you to ask questions to the repository and get back the answer, streaming in from the Gemini AI API. And then we're going to show you how to build the meeting analysis using AssemblyAI. And finally, we're going to integrate Stripe for you to have a credit-based system for you to start making money on this project. So let us actually start this project. To begin with, let us actually just go into our terminal, and the tech stack we'll be using is going to be the T3 stack with TRPC, NextJS, 15, Prisma, Tailwind, etc. So to begin, just go into kind of your coding folder or wherever you're going to store your code and run sudo bunx create T3 app at latest. So in this tutorial, I'll be using a lot of bun, right? And you can install bun, which is an exact replacement for npm, through bun.sh. So it's just a kind of alternative to npm that runs faster, and that's the only reason kind of why I'm using it. And I'm going to be using sudo because there's something wrong with my computer that doesn't kind of allow me to access files on my own computer, which is weird, but that's how we're going to roll. So if you see bunx and you don't want to use bun, you can just simply replace it with sudo npx create -t3-app. So you can just replace bun with npx and bun for npm if you want. So with that, let's actually just create the create T3 app. And with that, we're going to give it a name. In this case, I'm going to call it Dionysus YouTube. We're going to be using TypeScript, press yes for Tailwind CSS, TRPC, and I'm going to be using Clerk for this, so I'm going to press none for now. For our ORM, we're going to be using Prisma. We're going to be using Prisma for this, and we would be using NextJS app router. And I'm going to go down to choose PostgreSQL for this, and let us actually initialize a Git repository and run bun install. For import alias, I'm going to just choose the alias side. With that, we're going to wait for it to generate, and it should be done in just a moment. Put here, and let's actually open it up in our code editor. I'll close down the terminal for now, and let's actually begin coding. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to run sudo bun dev to actually start the server, right? So this is the NextJS server. We're using NextJS 15, right? And let's actually visit localhost 3000 to actually view our project. It's going to throw an error right now. So let's see the error, right? So the error is because we don't have our database yet. So what I'm going to do is going to come in down to my kind of .env.example, .my.env, and we need to actually update our database URL to use our actual database. So in this tutorial, I'm going to assume you are an intermediate kind of a full stack developer with knowledge about TypeScript, NextJS, Prisma, etc. And the main part of this project is really teaching you about retrieval augmented generation, and I'll be running through the entire process of how we actually process these files and allow you to kind of do embeddings and kind of PG vector, etc. to make this kind of core functionality work. Okay, so we're gonna go into our Neon, so register a Neon account, and we'll be using this for our database provider. Okay, and so just come into any of your project. I'm gonna create a new database for this. So I'm gonna just name it Dionysus-YouTube, right? This. I'm gonna create a new database, and with that, it's gonna give me this connection string. Just copy it into our project here. So okay, see, this is the issue that I'm talking about, my computer not allowing me to own my projects. You probably don't need to do this, right? But I'm just gonna change my kind of ownership here. I'm gonna save it. So now that we have our env saved, we can now run sudo bun prisma db push to make sure that our database and our Prisma schema, right, is synced up. So this is our representation of our database. Each model is a table within our database. So by running db push, we basically sync our kind of representation of the database and create the tables in our NeonDB. With that, I'm going to come down and run sudo bun dev again, which will then run my NextJS server. And finally, I can come down here and refresh my localhost 3000, and hopefully we can see our create T3 app is working. I can just create a post here, right, submit. We can see that it works. Test, boom, Cool, everything's working perfectly. I'm going to come down into my page.tsx here. I'm going to just delete everything right here for now. And just clear out everything. I'm going to return a h1 that says hello world. And to test that Tailwind is working, I'm going to give it a text rate of 600. With that, I'm going to save it, and hopefully we can see the project working. So my hello world is rendering. That means everything is perfect. So how I'm going to do this is, I'm going to split this up into 2 panes for us to code along, right? So we can see what's happening together. Alright, so the first thing here is, let us go back to our project. We're going to set up Shadcn and Clerk. So Shadcn is going to be our kind of UI provider today. And this is going to give us like this component library. And then we're going to set up Clerk as well. And Clerk just gives us that very easy authentication provider, right? We can do it custom auth, but the thing is we're trying to focus on the actual project here, not deal with authentication in this project. So we're going to try to use the simplest and laziest way to get off authentication and start building the actual meat of this project, which is the GitHub project analyzing. Cool. So let's actually install Shadcn first. So I'm going to come down into my repository, my code editor here. I'm going to open a new terminal. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run sudo ban x shadcn-ui at latest init. So I'm going to initialize a new Shadcn kind of library here. And because there's something weird on my computer, this should work for you. But if not, you can run pm, right, to actually use this instead. So pm is just kind of another package manager. And so this is the exact same command if you run banx. So let's initialize Shadcn. And let's choose New York for this. Let's choose a neutral style. Let's use CSS variables, etc. So it's initializing and added in our configuration. And what it did was to created a new kind of components folder for us. So if you come down to let's see, components.json, this is where Shadcn stores all their configuration. And then if we come into kind of our lib folder, this is also what Shadcn has created for us. So to actually use the components from Shadcn, we need to install it from Shadcn. So let's do the same thing by running pm-dlx Shadcn at latest add. So if I run this command, it will ask me what components I want to add, right? I can choose to add accordions, alert, buttons, cards, carousel, etc. And because I want everything here, I'm going to press A to select everything and go press enter. And what this is going to do is going to just copy in all the necessary components and code into our project for us to begin customizing and using. So if you see carefully, we have a new components folder. Within it, there's a UI folder that contains all the components from Shadcn. And if you look into button.tsx, right, we can see that it basically exports out a file for us that contains a button component using a Radix UI. Start with Shadcn. It start with Tailwind CSS. And the simplest way of using this is just to come down to our page. Instead of returning a h1, what I'm going to do is I'm going to return a button that says click me. And this button should actually come from add components /UI/button. If I save it, we can now see that our button is showing up here, which means that everything is working perfectly. Alright, so now that we have set up Shadcn, let's actually set up Clerk for our authentication provider. So I'm going to come into my clerk.com. Let's go into our dashboard here. And please create an account if you have not. I'm going to then come down into my personal account here. I'm going to create a new application. I'm going to name it Dionysus YouTube. And I'm going to choose just email and Google for now. You can leave it as a default. You can add in other providers if you want. I'm going to press create application. And with that, I'm going to just choose NextJS and we're going to follow the setup. So the first step is going to install the Clerk package. So I'm going to just do bun install at clerk/nextjs, right? So instead of npm, I'm just going to use bun. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just copy this into our environment variables. Go press copy this, come into our .env and just kind of copy in our Clerk env. I also need to update our middleware.ts. So coming down to your source folder and create a middleware.ts file in the source directory. and then copy in whatever they've given you. So this is just for Clerk to kind of protect our path to make it everything is public or private routes by default. And with that, we can then add Clerk provider to our app. So come down to your layout.tsx here at the main page here, and I'm going to just replace the title for now. Then it says YouTube like this, and I'm going to just import the Clerk provider from /Clerk NextJS. I'm going to just wrap everything here with my Clerk provider like this, and I'm going to save it. And with that, we can then come back to our app here, and nothing should change for now, because by default, basically Clerk makes everything a public route. Let's continue on to the Next.js guide by making every route private by default. So let's actually create a sign up page here. So we're going to come down here and going to go into my app folder. I'm going to create a sign-up, and I'm going to create bracket sign-up and a page.tsx within this. With that, I'm going to just copy this in. So this creates a sign up page for us. And if I come back into my app, my localhost 3000 /sign-up, I should now see a sign up component rendered by Clerk like this. Okay, and let's do the same for the sign in page. So let's continue with the guide. So let's build the sign in page here. So it's the same process, sign-in bracket sign-in, and let's create a page.tsx here, and let's copy this in here. Boom. And let's actually make the sign up and sign in routes public, right? So by default, Clerk makes everything public, but let's actually make it all the routes private by default, making sure that they have to sign in to visit the dashboard, etc. So come to our middleware.ts file, and let's actually copy this code in here. So what this file does is it creates a variable called isPublicRoute that is basically an array telling you which routes are public, and these are basically regular expression codes. So if whatever route we want to put here we put it in here, this will signal to kind of Clerk that this route should be public. If not, everything here is private by default. And then we are just running this middleware to check whether the route is the route is public before allowing the Clerk to proceed with the Next.js kind of rendering. And with that, let's actually update our environment variables with the variables that Clerk is telling us to do. So this is basically tells Clerk where is our sign in and sign up pages. And with that, let's close this down. And now if you try to come back to just localhost 3000, right, it's going to redirect us to the sign in page, because by default the /route is not public. If you want to make the /route public, we just have to add it like this. And if I save it, I'm going to come back to my /route again to see my button, and now this is a public route which I can access even though I'm not logged in. So in this case, I'm just going to say that the kind of root route should not be public, so I'm going to remove that, and if I save this, it's going to redirect me to the sign-in page. Cool. So with that, let's actually come down to this. So whenever we sign in and sign up with Clerk, the user is actually saved on Clerk's database, right? But we actually want to save it to our database. So to do that, I'm going to come down to my schema.prisma here. I'm going to just create the kind of database that we need, the tables that we need to process this application. I'm going to remove the post table for now. I'm going to create a new table called user, model user, and a user obviously has an ID, right? It's going to have a created at and updated at fields, right? Let's give it an image URL to be an optional string. So this hopefully comes back from Clerk, right? We'll give it a first name and a last name, and we'll give it an email address, right? This has to be compulsory and is a unique ID that we kind of can index on. And lastly, let's actually just we don't need a hash password, but let's actually give them some credits. So credits is kind of how much credits we want to give them to use. So in this case, in our project, by default, we're going to give them 150 credits. And one credit basically means one file that we help you process. So imagine you load in a GitHub repository with 150 files, that will use up all 150 credits of yours. So this is kind of the free trial that we allow our users to have when creating the project. Okay, With that, I'm just gonna just run, because I updated my database tables, I'm gonna run sudo ban prisma db push to push the kind of our database changes up. So it's telling us we gotta drop the post table, which is okay. So I'm gonna press yes to update our database. Cool. With that, we can now come back here. So whenever we sign in, so imagine I'm gonna press continue with Google here, right? I'm gonna just choose one account here. What's gonna do is gonna redirect us to our slash page, right? And what this does is it creates account within Clerk. So if you go into the Clerk dashboard, we should be able to see a new user account popping up here. And we can see, yes, I just registered for an account. But the thing is, this user is not within my database. And so how do we actually sync the user within Clerk into our database? That's where we will have to do this special thing of kind of when they sign up within Clerk, we're gonna redirect them to a page within our app and allow us to write and just create that data user within our database. And to do that, we're gonna just go into our .env, right? I'm gonna have a new variable here called next public clerk sign dash up dash forced redirect URL, and we'll set this to slash sync user like this. And so what this URL does is it tells Clerk that after a user has signed up with Clerk, we're gonna force them to go into this page. And with this, we can then take the information out of Clerk and save it within our own database. Okay? And so how's this gonna work is, let's come back to my IntelliDraw here. Okay? So I'll open this. Let's go up here. So this is kind of Clerk, and this is our application. Our user is gonna come into our application and they're gonna sign up with us. They're gonna sign up through Clerk, right? After they sign up through Clerk, Clerk is going to send them back into our slash sync user route, right? So imagine this user is Elliot, like this, right? Elliot has their username, has their name, has their email, right? Clerk is going to redirect the user to sync user, and with this, we can then take the information, take my address, my first name, my last name, my image, and save it within our own Neon Postgres database. Okay, cool, right? And so what we're going to implement that now. So the first thing is I'm going to come down to Clerk here, and I'm going to just delete my user from Clerk. Okay, so I'm going to just click on users. I'm going to just delete this, delete the user. Alright, and then I'm going to come down to my code. Let's come down to our code level here, and let's actually create the route that gets redirected by the user. So let's come down to app slash sync dash user, and let's create a page.tsx here, right? So this page.tsx, this is where the user will be redirected the moment they register an account. And so what we're gonna do is just gonna export a async component called sync user, right? It's going to be async page, a server-side rendered component, and we're gonna get the user ID from await auth, and we can get this auth from Clerk here. And so this will give us back with the user ID of the logged in user from Clerk, right? And if there's no user ID, right, obviously we're gonna just throw an error saying that, hey, there's something weird happening here. We're gonna get the Clerk client by doing await Clerk client from kind of NextJS /server from the Clerk library, right, like this. And then we're gonna get the user to be await Clerk client dot user, Clerk client dot users dot get. All right, let's see why. Clerk client is throwing error. Okay, here this should just rename it to be client, and let's say await client dot users dot get user, passing the user ID. So this will basically return us with the email, the first name, the last name, all within Clerk. And we're gonna just check if they do have a username, if they do have an email, something weird is happening. So if there's no user dot email addresses dot email address, right, we're gonna just return not found. And if they get to this point, we're gonna then save their information within our own database. So we'll just do await db.user, right? This db comes from Prisma, like this. db.user dot upsert, right? So upsert basically says that if the user ID exists, update that information. But if the user doesn't exist, create a new user. So we're gonna check on whether the email address, right, equals to the user.email addresses .email address, right? And if they already have an account with us, we're gonna update their image URL to be the user.image URL, and their first name to be user.first name, and last name to be user.last name. If now I'm gonna create a new user, passing in the user ID that we get back from this user from Clerk, right? We're gonna have the email address to be this, and then we're gonna save the image URL, first name and last name, like this. Okay, and then finally, once we have everything here, we're just gonna return a redirect response to /dashboard. Okay, so there's some type errors here that we're gonna have to look at. So this is gonna be user ID, right? And these type errors we can ignore by just going to our ESLint and just let us remove all the extents and the rules here that is recommended, right? And obviously we're removing this because we're trying to focus on the actual application and not try to fix the type errors, but everything here we know that it's going to be type safe, and we're just trying to get rid of the annoying type errors that we know for sure that is going to work. And if you're just starting out with TypeScript, you can just keep this all enabled to make sure that you know that whatever you're doing here is really according to TypeScript standard. But in this case, because I just want to get this project focused on the actual business logic here, I'm just gonna remove the ESLint for now. Okay, so with this, we're gonna save the user into our database whenever they register with Clerk. So let's actually try it out. So by right, if I then register my account here, it's gonna redirect to this page where we're gonna save the user within our database, right? So I'm gonna just restart my server first to make sure everything works. Sudo bandev, right? So if I click on this account, it should redirect to this page. It's gonna save our user within our database and redirect me to dashboard. And so if I press this account and register with Clerk, hopefully we can see that sign up force redirect is gonna go into sync user, and boom, we get redirected to the dashboard page. So let's actually create a dashboard page to see actually if we have the user saved in our database. So I'm gonna come down to app, I'm gonna create a dashboard folder and create page.tsx within this, and let's actually just do RAFCE for my dashboard page, right? And let's actually look at how it's gonna look like. So I can get the logged in user by doing use user from Clerk/NextJS. I'm gonna do user dot first name, and hopefully you can see that we're gonna call client side code. So this should be a use client file, and we can now see that the logged in user is Elliot, which is my first name. So cool, that means it's working from Clerk, right? And to see whether it's saved into our database, we can come down to we can call Bun Prisma Studio to open our database client in our browser. And you can see our tables, right? We have one user table, and inside we have one row, and within the row we can see the user that has been saved into our database. So with this, we can now create relations within our databases to link projects and questions with this user, and this allows us to actually be more flexible with our relational data modeling. Cool. That means our syncing works. We have set up authentication. We have set up Shadcn, right? So we are making an extremely good start with this project here. Okay, so now that we have initialized the project, I'm gonna start building out the skeleton UI of this, which means building out the sidebar, building out this top navigation, and building out the main section where we'll be storing all the main information whenever we navigate around the page. Okay, so to do this, I'm gonna come down here, and under my app, I'm gonna create a new route segment. So route segment is purely a semantic way of separating your folders. So I'm gonna name it protected. So whatever routes within this protected folder is always gonna be protected, which means that you need to be signed in to view this protected stuff. So within here, I'm gonna create a new layout.tsx. So this layout.tsx dictates what puts the layout folder for the protected route. So whenever we're in the protected route, you can see there's always the same format. We're always going to have a sidebar on the left, we're going to have a top menu bar on here, and then we have a main section here, and the individual pages will only change within the main content here. So that is the kind of power of the layout files within the NextJS app router. To do this, we're going to then come down to here. I'm going to do RAFCE. I'm going to name it sidebar layout, like this. We're going to take in props, right? And it's going to have a children, right? So the children is basically whatever is rendering within this page here, right? As we navigate around the page, there'll be dynamic content that changes, but the overall skeleton of the sidebar, the top bar, will not change, right? So in this case, I'm going to just return I'm going to build a sidebar, so we need a sidebar provider. So we can import all of this from the Shadcn, that UI that we installed at the beginning. And then we're going to have a app sidebar here, right? For now, we're going to comment it out. But then we're going to have a main here, a main div with a class name of width full and margin of 2. Okay? And then within here, we're going to have a div with a kind of class name of flex item center gap 2 border dash sidebar dash border bg dash sidebar border shadow rounded medium padding of 2 padding x of 4. Okay, and then within here we're gonna put in a search bar component here, right? We're gonna code that out later. And then in here we're gonna have a margin left of auto, and then here we're gonna have a user button that we can import from Clerk. So Clerk already has given us a user button. So if I save it right now and I refresh it, right, you can see that nothing has changed, because our dashboard route should actually be brought into the route segment here, because the dashboard is a protected route. So the moment I bring it in here, if I refresh the page, now we can see that we have a kind of sidebar. Sorry, if I zoom out here, right, we have a top nav bar here on the top here, and we'll have a user button on top like this, right? We're gonna then build out the sidebar here. So come back into your editor here, right? Below this main div, sorry, inside the main div, I'm gonna have a height of 4 to space out the top bar and the main content. I'm gonna have a main content here. We're gonna have a div here that have a class name of border dash sidebar border, bg of sidebar, border shadow rounded medium, overflow y of scroll, right, rounded medium here. And then we're gonna have a maximum height of just calculate of 100 view height minus 6 rem, right, this, and we'll give it a padding of 4. Within here, this is where we can store our children. So this children is basically whatever content we put in the dashboard, kind of whatever kind of content we put in each kind of page segment. So we can now see that with the main segment here, right, this is the element that we see within our dashboard page, right? So if I name it here, I can have another div here, right, that contains, let's say, user last name. You can see it shows up within the layout here. And now let's build a sidebar. So I'm gonna come down here, to my dashboard here. I'm gonna create a new component called app-sidebar.tsx, right? So this app.apps sidebar will kind of contain our sidebar component here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna just export a function called app sidebar, right? So this is a new component from Shadcn. You can check it out at sidebar, right? So he has a kind of whole tutorial of how to build a proper sidebar here, and so I'm just condensing the information for you, and we're gonna build it out together. Okay, so there's a few parts to this, right? Because a sidebar contains the top section of the logo and the collapsible menu here, right? And then we'll then have the main content here, which is the application, as well as the projects that are listed here. And we'll have a create project that leads us to the create page. Okay, and so with that, what we're gonna do here is, first we're gonna return a component here, and before that, let's actually mark this as use client, right? We're gonna return a div that says sidebar here. Okay, we'll go back to our layout, and let's just import the app sidebar. And with that, here we can see our sidebar here. So as we code along, we can see the sidebar showing up properly. So we're going to return, instead of div, we're going to return a sidebar that we import from component/UI, right? And let's give you an option of collapsible equals to icon, and variant equals to floating, right? And within the sidebar, let's have a sidebar header, right? And let's us put a logo here for now, like this. And within the sidebar header, right, so if we zoom out, we can see the sidebar, right? If you zoom in too much, it becomes the mobile view, and you will change it, you will hide it, right? So I'm going to zoom out a little bit so we can still see it while still seeing the content. We have a placeholder logo here, and within this, after the sidebar header, we have the sidebar content, right, also imported from the Shadcn library. And then we have a sidebar group here, okay? And within the sidebar group, we're gonna have a sidebar group label, and the sidebar group label is gonna call application. And now we can see the application showing up here. Outside of this sidebar group label, let's have the sidebar group content, right? And then we're gonna render out a list of options. So we have these options of billing, meeting, Q&A, and dashboard. So let's create an array to represent that. So const items equals to an array. Each array is going to have a title, right? The title is going to have dashboard, right? And we're going to give it a URL to be /dashboard. So this is where we want to bring them to. And let's give them a icon to be light out dashboard from Lucid React. So let's import this, right? So we're going to do the same for Q&A, meeting, and billing. I'm just copy this in here since I already have the code written out here. So just import the icons from Lucid React, right? So we have meeting and we have billing. So in here, we're gonna then loop through the items.map, right? For each item, what do we want to return, right? So we're gonna return a sidebar menu item, right? Within here, we're going to pass in as child. Let's see, sidebar menu item. Sidebar menu item is not. We have give key of item.title, right? Inside the sidebar menu item, we have a sidebar menu button, right? And this has the asChild property. Makes sense. Within the sidebar menu button, right, we're gonna just render a kind of anchor tag, a link tag from next/link. I'm gonna just link it to the item.url. We give it a class name. So we're gonna have a cn variable, and we're gonna conditionally check. So we're gonna give you a background of primary and text of white if the path name of what we are currently at equals to item.url. So how do we get the path name? We can get it by getting it from const path name equals to use path name, importing from next/navigation. Okay. Within the link, we're gonna render out the item.icon like this, and then we'll have a span that shows the item.title. If we save this, now we can see this starting to work. And we're gonna have an issue here because we need to just remove the decoration. So we're gonna have a link, what's this called? List none. And then, let's see what's the issue here. Why do I have this list icon here? Sidebar makes sense. Let's see. So if we change it to A, does this still happen? Yes, it does. So I'm guessing right. So above this sidebar, inside the sidebar group content, you also need a sidebar menu, right, like this, and this wraps the entire list here. So if I save this now, the kind of list decorations are gone, right? So I need to wrap it with the sidebar menu in order for it to work. So now we have this. As we click on it, it's gonna redirect us to the different pages, which we have not built out yet, right? But we'll slowly build it out. And in this case, I'm gonna showcase how we're gonna build it out first. So let's come down. For example, I'm gonna go into my protected route segment. I'm just gonna go into kind of, let's say, QA, right? So this is one of the path, QA route, and I'll create my page.tsx in here, right? I'm gonna just return a empty component, QA page. I'm gonna say save this, and if I press Q and A, we can now see that our kind of menu changes, right? And we get to render out whatever is shown here. Cool. So it shows that our sidebar is starting to work, right? So let's actually continue coding it out. So we also need the project section here, right? So come under to your kind of collapse your first sidebar group here. So we're gonna create a second sidebar group. Okay, so let's actually do the same here. So underneath the first sidebar group, let's also create another sidebar group. Sidebar group. Inside the second sidebar group, we need a sidebar group label, right, saying your projects, and then with a sidebar group content in here with the sidebar menu, right, and then within the sidebar menu we have a sidebar menu item. Okay, so we need to list out the list of projects. So because we don't have any projects for now, I'm gonna just hard code some projects. So we'll give it a kind of let's give it a name of project 1, and then yeah, that's basically all we need. So let's have a list of kind of fake projects here to showcase it. So we're gonna just do kind of for each, we're gonna just into sidebar menu, let's delete this, and we're just gonna loop through the projects, right? So inside sidebar menu, we're gonna do projects.map, right? Let's see projects. So let's see why we don't have projects. Let's name it plural, right? So sidebar projects.map. For each project, what we're gonna do is we're gonna return a sidebar menu item, right, with a key of project.name, and we're gonna have a sidebar menu button, right, with asChild as a prop, and we're gonna have a div. Within the div, we're just gonna have a kind of, let's have another div here, and within this div, we're gonna give it a class name of CN, right, and we're gonna have rounded -sm, border size of 6, flex items -center, justify -center, right? We have a text sm, bg white, and text primary, right? And then we're gonna give you a conditional kind of classes. So we'll give you a bg primary and text of white, right, if my project name, right, so this is if my project name equals to project.id. But the thing is, right now we don't have we don't have the project name, so project.id, right, because we have not actually created the database object. So for now, I'm just gonna set this to always true, right, always true. And within this div, we're gonna just set to the project.name .first character. So you can see that we have this kind of square icon thing, and the text in here is just the first letter of the project name. So if we save this right now, we can see that we have the P showing up, right? So let's actually display the project name here, and boom, now we have the project showing up here, and that means everything is working perfectly. Awesome. So in this case, if we set this to, we can conditionally render it to be false or true, and this will then toggle the state. So later when we actually have the selected project, we can conditionally render them for their class name. And lastly, I'm just gonna build out this kind of create project button here. So come down to your collapse your sidebar group here, right? We have already finished this sidebar group, and what we're gonna do is, let's see, let us come down to, actually no, expand your sidebar group again, collapse your sidebar kind of group sidebar menu, right? Let's see, sidebar menu here. The point is that we have to come out of this loop of where we're looping out the projects, and let's give it a height of 2 to space it out, and then we're gonna just get we're gonna basically create project. So let's have a button here from component /UI/button, and let's just put create project for now. So we got this big button but I want it to be a little smaller, So let's give it a variant of outline like this, right? And then we're gonna then give it a class name of let's see, width of fit, right? And we're also gonna wrap this in a sidebar menu item like this, right? Just wrap this button. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna put a link, wrap this in a link, right? So where does this button actually go to? It goes to our create page, so /create. Okay, and then let's give it a button of size of small to make it smaller, right? I'm gonna just add a plus button beside it like this, so it looks a little nicer. So if I press create project now, it should lead us to /create, which we have not created the page yet. But now that we have this sidebar, if I press Command B, right, we can see that it collapses like this, right? And the sidebar, the kind of this button here is gonna look a little weird, but we're gonna fix the issue on later. Okay, and then with that, we have already completed the application sidebar. So we're gonna have a logo, right? So this logo, I'm just gonna copy in from my existing kind of logo. I'll just pass you guys the public folder we're gonna just take in the public folder here. I'm gonna copy it, and I'm gonna just delete this public folder, and I'm gonna copy it I'll paste it in. So because I already have this with the kind of my SVG and my logo here, I'm gonna pass you this file in the description below, so you can just get these assets and put it in your folder without downloading anything. Okay, and then because we have this logo, right, we can then actually just render it. So I'm gonna come up here where we have this placeholder logo. I'm gonna have a div here. They have a class name of flex items-center, gap of 2, right? And I'm gonna just display our image from next/image. The source is gonna be /logo.png, right? And then let's give it a out of logo, and let's give it a width of 40 and height of 40. Let's save this. So let's rename this, and nice, we have this image now. So let's see, cool. So we got this image now. Let's also give it a title beside it. So let's have a h1 that just says there's a class name of text XL font bold, right? And we have a text of primary divided by 80, and we'll just give it Dionysus, or whatever name you want to give it, honestly, right? So this looks good, right? We can press Command B to expand it, etc. But you can see we want to hide this Dionysus when the command bar is kind of the sidebar is collapsed. So we're gonna get the open state from use sidebar, which is also another hook that Shadcn gives us, and we're gonna just render it only when open is true. So only when the sidebar is open, I'm gonna render this text. And so now if I press Command B to kind of expand it, you can see that the text hides as the sidebar expands and closes. Okay, cool stuff. So with that, everything looks good, and our sidebar is officially completed. So we actually want our kind of text, our color scheme instead of black to be blue. And what you can do is go down to Shadcn's website and just choose kind of themes, and you can just really customize it to whatever color you want here, right? In this case, I'm going to choose blue. I'm going to copy the code here. I'm going to press copy. Go into your globals or CSS and just replace everything here with this color. And the moment I press save, we can see that if I refresh the page, right? Let's see. Sorry, I can't just delete everything. I still need the Tailwind classes, right? So I'm going to delete everything up to my Tailwind here. I'm going to paste in the code from Shadcn, from the code they gave me. If I press save, now you can see that my sidebar is showing up here. And there's one more issue with the sidebar is with the CSS, because the CSS doesn't provide us with the styling for the sidebar. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy in this, or I'm gonna copy in some additional styling here, right, for it to work. So I'm gonna leave this Tailwind CSS code within the repository for you to kind of copy into. But the main point is I just added the sidebar color variables in here for the light mode and also for the dark mode, right? And just apply the some reset classes. So with that, we got the color here working, right? And one more thing is I'm gonna hide this create project button when I'm actually closed. So I can do that too by just saying that, hey, if only it's open, then I'm going to render the sidebar menu. Sorry, the create project. So I'm going to do this, and boom. So now, only when it's expanded, we get to see the create project. If not, we don't. Alright, cool. So we got the sidebar done. Awesome job, guys. Alright, with the sidebar done, let's actually start modeling the project and actually start being able to create a project. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is actually create the create page. So come down to your protected segment and just create a create folder, and with a page.tsx, let's do REFCE, say this is a create page, and actually mark this component as use client, and now we have a create page. So just a reminder, the create page is gonna look like this. So we're gonna have our user here. Sorry, I'm gonna just zoom out here a little bit, but we'll just have a nice image here from undraw, and we'll have a kind of big text here with 3 inputs, asking for the project name, the repository URL, and a GitHub token. So the GitHub token is used to help authenticate the user on behalf of them in case they are trying to look for a private repository access, right? And then when they key in their project like this, right, we can press check credits. So this check credits function is gonna go into the repository, it's gonna look at all the files that it has and count out how many files there are in total. So in this case, because in this project there's 150 files in total, right, we're gonna say this is gonna cost 149 credits, right? And we're gonna display the message here. But for now, we're just gonna make sure that we can create a row within our database. We are not gonna worry about these credits for now. We're gonna come back to that at the end of the project when we have everything built out. Okay, so to build this page, let's go back into our UI, right? I'm gonna have a use form. So we're gonna have a type of form input, right? So we're gonna have a repo URL, right, which is gonna be a string. We're gonna have a project name, which is also gonna be a string. We're gonna have a GitHub token, which is going to be an optional string. So they might have it, they might not have it, right? And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna have a we're gonna use form. So this use form comes from React form, and then we're gonna pass in the generic of form input like this, and we can destructure a few things. We're gonna destructure register, handle submit, and reset. Okay, and let's just render up the UI here. So with the UI, we're gonna have a div with the class name of flex items dash center, gap of 12, height of full, justify center. Okay, inside here I'm gonna have an image, right, that has a source of /undraw GitHub undraw underscore GitHub.svg. So this is the kind of SVG that I imported just now, which you can also access in the link below. Okay, let's give it a class name of height of 56 and width of auto, and with that we get to see the image popping up. Then below the image, let's have another div here. Within this div, we have an upper div here that wraps the h1 with a class name of font, semi-bold text of Excel, sorry, 2XL, that just says link your GitHub repository. Okay, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. Okay, under the h1, let's have a paragraph. They have a class name of text sm and text muted foreground, and let's just give you a description of enter the URL of your repository to link it to Dionysus. Cool. And then with this paragraph, outside of this div, let's give it a height of 4 for a spacer. And here's where we put the actual form. So let's have a div in here and a form, right? So for the form, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have an on submit handler to be handle submit, right? So this handle submit comes from our React hook form, and let's just register a function, right? This function is called on submit. So what happens on submit? We get the form input as the data, right? And we're gonna just return true and just window.alert out the data for now. Okay, and so for this handle submit, we can then pass in the custom on submit function. Within this form, let's have a input field here from component/UI, right? This can be a closing component. Let's give it a required field, and let us just register it. So this register comes from React hook form, right? We're gonna register. We see we have a type safe URL, type safe object of GitHub token, project name, or repo URL. So just taking the repo URL, right? And let us make sure that required equals to true, okay? And we'll placeholder of, let's say, project name. So let's see what's wrong here. Required, like this. Required is set more than once. Okay, well, I guess it's fine. Let's put it afterwards here. Okay, cool. So if I save this here, there's an unexpected div, and let's see why that is the case. So image, let's refresh. Right, let's actually restart our server. Sometimes NextJS is weird like this. And if we refresh it, hopefully, okay, there is still an error. So let's see why. So I'm gonna just have, maybe we need an extra div. No, that's not the case. Oh, right here, probably. Why? Div with a div. Is it here? Maybe. Is my image not working? Like this? Wait, that's so weird. It should be working, right? Am I tripping? So it's saying that this div out here is not being closed, right? But I am closing it here. 21. Let's see. Oh, I see the error. So this required field should actually be in here. Required to be true. Okay? And let's just remove this. And okay, now it works. Okay, project name. So let's give it some spacing here. Cool. And so I'm gonna zoom in a little bit here. Okay, we're gonna do the same. Right, I'm gonna give you a height of 2 just to give you some spacer. I'm gonna copy the input down here, and this time we, instead of repo URL, right? So here should be project name, and down here should be the repo URL. So I'm gonna say GitHub URL, right? And then we're gonna say required is true, and then with another div, another input here, but this time we're asking for the, what's this called? We're asking for the GitHub token here. So this is not required, so remove this and let us say GitHub token, right? And we'll say this optional. And boom, now that we have our 3 input boxes, we're gonna then finally have a height of 4 and put our button here that says kind of check credits. Well, for now we're gonna say create project, right? So create project, cool. And this is gonna have a type of submit. So if I press create project, now you can see that we need to enter in the fields, right? So GitHub URL here, actually we can give it a type of URL to make sure that it is a valid URL, right? And then we're gonna press create project, and now you can see that it's alerting object, which is kind of weird because this should be JSON.stringify, right? So we should be able to see our kind of path in here. So I'm gonna press create project, and boom, we can see the GitHub token, we can see the project name and the repo URL. And so this data is a type safe object with all the input fields that we have entered in here. So with this, we can actually pass into our backend and actually create the project. So before that, we actually need to have a table in our database, right? So let's come down to our schema Prisma to actually create that project data model table thingy. Okay, so project, right? We're gonna create a new model. It's gonna have an ID, obviously, created app, updated app. We're gonna have a name here, right? We're gonna have a GitHub URL, which is gonna be a string, okay? We're gonna then have, let's see, we're gonna have a deleted add field in case we're gonna archive it, which is gonna be optional date time. And then finally, we're gonna have a, I think that's pretty much it for now, right? GitHub URL, yeah, in the most basic form, that's all we need. And obviously later we're gonna add on more stuff into this, but for now this is the simplest representation of a project. So I'm gonna come in here to my terminal. I'm gonna just run sudo bun prisma db push, right? So this will basically allow me to just create this new table within my database. And every time I create a new table, I'm just gonna restart my server like this, okay? And so I'm gonna close out of schema.prisma. And now let's actually create the TRPC route handler to create the project, okay? So come down into your kind of, let's see, app, right? We're gonna go into our server, under our API, under my routers. I'm gonna create a new router called project.ts. So I'm gonna export const project router equals to create trpc router, right? I'm gonna have a create project route here, right? And this is gonna have a public procedure, and I'm gonna just take in some inputs and some and make it a mutation. So I'm gonna explain everything what's happening here, but for now just code along, right? I'm gonna say console.log hi. I'm gonna return true. Okay. So before this, so a TRPC router is just exactly like an express router, right? Except that this TRPC allows us to have a end-to-end type safe communication between our front end and our back end. And one thing we need to do within our TRPC is to integrate our kind of authentication, right? Because we need to know that we need to create a middleware to make sure the person hitting our backend APIs is authenticated and we're able to access the logged in user's data. So to do that, come into your trpc.ts function inside your API folder, right? And we're gonna create a we're gonna come down in here to, let's say, line 85 around here, right? So above the timing middleware, right, we're gonna have const is authenticated check. So this function is gonna be a middleware to tell the TRPC router whether the user is authenticated. So this is gonna be a middleware, right? So if you're not familiar with TRPC, there are a lot of great tutorials out there. I'll link one. I'm gonna leave one in the comments and description if you want to brush up on your TRPC, right? So this is a more intermediate tutorial. I hope you understand that. So if not, you can just follow along, right? This is just kind of the boilerplate of what we need to set up to link Clerk and TRPC. So the middleware is gonna accept the next function and the context function, the context object, right? And I'm gonna get back the user equals to await auth. We're gonna get back from Clerk server, right? So if they're not authenticated, we're gonna just obviously throw a new TRPC error, right? Right, with the code being unauthorized, right? And if not, we're gonna just return. We're gonna call the next function, passing in the context and the user, right? And then we're gonna come down here to our procedure. I'm gonna export const protected procedure. So these are procedures that only logged in users can use, right? Like creating a project. We're gonna do t.procedure.use is authenticated, right? Like this. So we're basically saying that this procedure is a TRPC procedure and you have to be logged in to be able to use it. And when you use this procedure, you can access the user object here. And so if I come into my project.ts, right, instead of public procedure, I'm going to use protected procedure, right? And if I look into my context field, I can now see my user object. So this user object comes from this user field that we pass in. And so I can access the ctx.user, right, .first name. User dot, let's say, user ID, right? But I also want to access their first name. So what we can do here is come down to your route. So now I can do ctx.user.user ID to get in the logged in user that's accessing my backend function. Okay. So one more thing I forgot to add within our database is the concept of the relationship between a user and a project. So a user can be part of multiple projects, and a project can have multiple users. So that means we are going to create a many-to-many relationship, bridging table. So to do that, I'm going to create a model called user to project, right? So let's see, user to project, and this is going to be a kind of many-to-many bridging table between user and project. So we're going to have an ID for this bridging table, right? And we're going to have the user ID and the project ID, right? And we'll have to link the user to be the user here, and we'll have the project here, and let's actually give you a unique field on the user ID and the project ID. So obviously, if you're a user, you can only have a pairing of one user and one project ID. This has to be unique, right? So this is a compound key that we're creating. And let's actually just come down here to project. So let's just do user to projects, right? This is going to be a user to project array, right? And for user, we'll do the same. So user to projects, and we'll get user to project array. like this. So let's save this and let's actually do sudo ban prisma db push to update this, right? And then let's actually restart our server again, pandef, right? So within our stuff here, let's actually just clear all the logic first. I'm just going to accept this input, right? So this project router, the create, is gonna take in 3 things, right, from what we passed in here. So we're gonna have z.object, right? We're gonna have the project name to be z.string. We're gonna have a GitHub URL to be z.string as well, and we're gonna have a GitHub token, right? This could be string, but it can be optional, right? And for now, we're gonna just console.log the input here and return a true statement here. So I'm gonna show you what happens in the server when we do this. So to actually call this function, we're gonna come into our root. We're gonna add this route. We're gonna add the project router into our TRPC root. So come down to post, like below the post, I'm gonna have project to be referencing the project router, right? So this is where we can import the project router here. If I click into it, command click, I can see the router that we create here, okay? And so what this is actually looking like is we have a bunch of routes. So imagine we have the top level, this is called the TRPC root, right? And within a TRPC router, root router, I can have many sub routes. So I can have a project route for all my project business logic. I can have a user route for all my kind of user business logic, right? If I have more stuff, like I have posts, I can have that list of post routes here. So I'm just segregating kind of business logic by their endpoints and their kind of modules, okay? So I'm just adding the project to this project router. And so finally, if I come down to my create page here, I can access the mutation. I can access this function, this route, by doing create project equals to API. So this API, I'm going to import it from @/trpc/react. So this is a common mistake. You can see that API can either be imported from trpc/server or trpc/react. Because we are on the front end, we're going to import the trpc react, okay? So API, and if we do dot, we can now see that we have this project thing here. So this project is exactly what we added into the root router, right? So if I name this like something weird, right, we can see it instantly pop up here, right, like this. So this name will always match the name you put in here, okay? So we'll save this and we're going to do project, and we can now see the list of endpoints, right? So we have this create project function here. I'm going to use mutation. Okay, so this basically gives me a mutation function to call my backend function by calling this function here. So by right, if I come down here on my submit, I'm going to call create project, right? Let's see. I'm going to call create project, passing in my data. So create project.mutate, passing in the GitHub URL to be data.repo URL, passing in the project name to be data.project name, and then we're gonna do GitHub token to be data.GitHub token, right? And we're gonna have on success, right? So whenever this kind of call is successful, I'm gonna just do toast. So this toast is from sonar.success saying that, hey, project created successfully. If there's any errors, I'm just gonna log it out and saying that, hey, there's an error creating the project. And so I'm going to call the reset function after this as well, right, after we successfully kind of create a project. So for now, I'm going to just showcase what it looks like, okay? So by right, when I submit this form, right, if I give it a name and a URL, if I press create project, firstly, we can see that our input is showing up in our server. So this console.log comes from this console.log. So this is happening on the server. So this means it's working. And so I'm just going to remove this window.alert for now, right? And we can see that we don't have a toast alert here. Why is that happening, right? It's because we didn't add the toaster within our layout. So go into your layout, your root layout of your NextJS server, and under this, we'll just add a toaster, right? So this toaster component comes from, let's see, from Sonar. Okay, so this Sonar component is what gives us our toaster, and I'm gonna give it a rich colors here. I'll save this, and if I put this in again, I'm gonna press create project, and you can see project is created successfully, and we log it out in the server. So with it, we have the name and the GitHub URL. Okay, cool. So with this, what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually create the project. Okay, so instead of just logging out and return true, right? What we're gonna do is, let's see, we're gonna just say that, hey, the first thing we're gonna do is const project. We're gonna do const project equals to await CTX. So context.db. So we get our Prisma database through here. Dot project. So this is our table, project table. Dot create. Right, passing the data to be, we need the GitHub URL to be GitHub URL. Passing in the name to be input the name, right? And then we have the user, the projects, right? We're gonna then do create, right? We're gonna pass in the user ID to be ctx.user.userid. So basically this creates the project for us. And we also need a, let's see, what else do we need? Okay, so user ID might be null, but we know that because we are in a protected procedure, that means that if they're unauthorized, they shouldn't even be here. So the fact that they can get into this endpoint means that the user ID will always be true, with always not be null, right? So we can add an exclamation to satisfy TypeScript. So now that we create a project, right, we can just return the project here. Okay, so hopefully if I do this and I enter a real project, we should see a new database, a new row showing up in our database. And one more thing I'm gonna add is for this create project button, right? I'm gonna disable it while my create project is pending. So while I'm actually creating a database and processing it on the back end, I'm gonna disable this button, right? And so now if I do project name, right? So let's say like test, let's put test and put this. I'm gonna press create project, and we should see that it's disabled and say project created successfully. Okay, and I can validate it, right, by going to this terminal. I'm gonna create a new terminal here. I'm gonna go into Ban Prisma Studio to make sure that my project is being shown up here. So you can see that my project is created, right? My test and my GitHub URL is correct, as well as a user to project table has successfully linked our user and our project ID. Okay, cool. That means our backend function is working, and I can exit out of this, right? So now that we have this project, I want to actually replace this fake projects with our real projects. Okay, and to do this, I'm going to create a new hook, right, called use projects. So come down here and just come down into our app, into our hooks folder. I'm going to create a use projects, use project.ts. So okay, I need to kind of grant myself permission again. So I'm gonna just do this, something weird with my computer, but it's fine. And now I can go into my hooks here. I'm gonna do use project, use project.ts, ts like this. Okay, I'm gonna export a kind of custom hook, use project, right? And so instead of returning this, I'm gonna go into my project router here. I'm gonna create a new route that gets all the projects, get all of my logged in projects. So it's gonna be a protected procedure, right? Because I'm the one that's logging in. I need to know what projects I own. .query, right? We get the async function from CTX, and we're just gonna return a straightforward await CTX.db .project. Let's see, project.find many, where, let's see, how do we actually do this? Get all projects, right? Find many, where basically my user to projects, I have some user ID, it goes to ctx or user.userid, like this. So we're basically getting all the projects that I own, the logged in user owns. I want to make sure that I only want to get the projects where the deleted at equals to null, right? So if it's deleted, obviously we don't want to show that anymore. So we got this get projects function, we can now go into our use projects hook, and we can get out the data, right, from API. So import API from React .project.get all.use query. Sorry, let's see, project.get projects.use query, right? So this is gonna query our projects, and then we're gonna just return the list of projects here. Projects like this. We're gonna return the projects like this. Awesome. And we also want to keep track of which current project I'm looking at right now, right? So in our app, we can see that if I click on any of this project, I'm selecting it. So we need to keep a local storage state, a local storage key, to make sure that when we refresh the page, we can see that my selected project ID is always intact. Okay. So to have a local storage hook, right, we're gonna install another package called usehooks-ts. Okay. So this usehooks-ts gives us a very handy function called use local storage from usehooks.ts. So the why this function is useful is because I can get the project ID and set project ID, right? Usually I can do like equals to react.useState, right? But React useState is not persistent. That means if I refresh the page, the data stored in memory will be gone. But if I store it into local storage, use local storage here, I can give it a key down to store it in. So I can say, like, let's say Dionysus project ID, right? And I can give it an initial value of a string. So this is exactly like useState, except that it persists the value of the state into your local storage. So if you leave the tab, you refresh the tab, the value of this selected project ID will always be intact. Okay? And we're going to get the actual selected project by doing const project equals to projects.find. So we're looping through all my projects and finding the project that equals to the selected project ID, like this. So actually a more appropriate name could be selected project ID, right? Actually we can just name it project ID, it's fine. Okay? And so this project is the actual object of the selected project I have, right? And finally, what we're going to do is we're going to just return the project itself and the project ID, right? Like this. So now we have this extremely useful hook, right? Let's actually also export out the set project ID function. So we can use this hook now everywhere within our app, and we are able to get access to the list of projects. And if we click around, we can always get access to the active project ID from anywhere within the app. So let's go into our sidebar. So app sidebar, right? So instead of looping through these fake projects, right, I'm going to delete these projects here. I can access the list of projects by just doing projects equals to use projects, like use project. So this is our custom hook, and we can see that we can destructure the projects from here. And so we no longer need to fake it. So add this, and we can now finally add a true check here. So if only project ID equals to project ID, so this is a selected project ID that we can also get from our use projects project ID. So this is our actively selected ID. So we only want the BG primary and text white to apply if this certain project is the one that is actively selected. So if we save it right now, we can see that our test shows up. So that's cool, and if I click on it, I should be able to select it. So I'm also going to just destructure this. I'm going to destructure the set project ID like this. And so what happens when we click on this project ID? So if I click on this on click, right, I'm just going to do set project ID to be the project.id. And so if I click on this, hopefully it will turn blue. Boom, that's cool. And you can see if I refresh the page, it's still going to be selected, right? So let's actually create more projects, right? By doing, let's say, another one like this, and give it another URL. We'll press create project, right? And we can see that it doesn't refresh, but if we refresh the page, we refetch it. And now we can see, if you click around it, we can now see the actual active project ID change, and we can see the class names change as well. Okay. So there's one problem, which is, as you saw just now, after I enter the project and press create, it doesn't automatically refetch the data for me, which is an issue. And so for that, I'm going to create another custom hook called useRefetch that we can call to invalidate all of our TRPC queries, so that it automatically refetches all queries and make sure our data is always updated. Okay, So come down into our custom hooks and let's create a use refetch hook. Use refetch.ts. So how this use refetch.ts is really simple, right? So we'll just do refce. We're gonna export a use refetch. We're gonna get the actual, let's remove this. We're gonna get the actual query client from use query client from 10-stack query, and then we're just gonna return a async function, right? That just awaits query client dot refetch query. So we're gonna refetch all the queries, right? That is of type active, like this. Okay, and so when we call this function, right, it's gonna just refetch all active queries, and so this data will always be updated. So if I come back here to my kind of create project form, right, so I can actually get a refetch function by calling my use refetch hook, right? So this hook is the one we just created just now, like here. And so after we have successfully created a project, I'm going to just call the refetch function, and hopefully this refetch function will invalidate the query in my use project hook, like here, use project hook here. It's going to invalidate this query, it's going to refetch it, it's going to update my projects, and when it updates my projects, it should update the sidebar as well. So let's test it out. So if I come down here to my project name, I say refetch, right, passing in a GitHub URL. I'm gonna press create project, and boom, you see project created successfully, and can see that we've instantly updated our sidebar, right, to see the refetch item here. So I think that's super cool that we are able to do that. And now that we can do that, let's actually create the dashboard page, right? So right now the dashboard, we are just rendering my name, right? But let's actually go into our dashboard page here, and instead of the user, let's actually get the project from use project, right? Let's actually get the selected project here, and we're gonna do h1. We're gonna render the project.name, and we can see that as we click around the item here, the sidebar, we can see the project updating, and that's how we properly render it here, all through our custom hook. And you can see that if I refresh the page, because we are using use local storage, my state is always going to be persisted here, right? So I think that's super cool that we're able to do that in such a short span of time, and I think this is a very clean architecture of dealing with state management between the client side and the server side, all through the power of gRPC and React Query. So let's actually move on to actually creating the dashboard page here. So we're on great track. Good job, guys. Alright, so let's actually build out the dashboard UI that we see here. So the dashboard actually contains a few things, so I'm gonna expand this just for us to see together. Let's see. Okay, so let's just go to a code here. Let's see. Okay, so we involve a kind of banner here showing which GitHub URL this project is linked to, right? And then on the right side here, we show the list of users that are in this project, so you can always invite a team member right here. You can archive the project, of course. Right under the section here, we have two parts here. So we have a grid layout of, you can ask the question here, right? We can ask any question, and then on the right side here is where you upload the meeting, and then on the bottom side here is a kind of scroll component of the list of commits and the AI summary of each commit history, commit change. Okay, so let's build the skeleton of this, how it looks like. So come back to your localhost, and I'm just going to go into my code editor. And for now, I'm going to just expand both because it might be hard working on both on the side screen because it's a kind of rather large component, right? So in this project, I'm going to just remove this div, right? And we're going to have firstly a big div here with a class name of flex, items-center, justify between, flex of rep, gap y of 4, right? Within here, let's have another div here. There's a class name of width of fit, rounded medium, background of primary, padding x of 4, padding y of 3, right? And then let's have a GitHub icon from Lucid React with a class name of size of 5 and text of white. Okay, so if we save it right now, we just have this, right? There's something wrong with our rounded MD. Cool. And beside the GitHub URL, let's have a div of margin left of 2, and with a paragraph tag with a class name of SM, font medium, text of white. Okay, and then let's say this project is linked to, and then we need to have a link, obviously. And what do we link to? We need an actual project, right? So href equals to project.github URL, right? And then let's have a class name of inline flex, items as center, text white of 80, and when I hover on, I'll give you an underline. And within this link, we'll give the GitHub URL, and then we'll have an external link icon here with a class name of margin left of 1 and size of 4. So this will build up this thing here. Okay, and the reason why this is not working is because we probably also need a flex, right? Let's see. Yep. So I need to wrap this in a .flex.items center, right? And wrap the GitHub and this div in here, so it lays side by side. And nice, we got something working here. So you can see if I click around, we can see the URL change. So that means it's working fine. Okay, cool. And so I'm gonna collapse this div right here, right? I'm gonna give you a comment of GitHub link. Okay. Okay, and let's see. Below the GitHub link, I'm gonna have a height of 4, right? To separate out. And this is where I'm gonna give a flex of items as center, gap of 4. And in here is where we're gonna put our team members, our like this, invites button, and also our archive button, like this. So this is gonna be where we're gonna put our components later, but I'm gonna put a placeholder here for now. And then outside of this div, we're gonna have a, let's see, does it make sense? Flex item centers. So we're gonna collapse this item center here, and outside of this div, we're gonna have a margin top of 4. Okay, inside this margin top of 4, we're gonna have a div with a class name of grid dash calls of 1, gap of 4. When it's small, I'm gonna have grid calls of 5. Inside here is where we're gonna have our ask question card as well as our meeting card. So this is where we have our side of the kind of this one card here and the meeting card on the right side. Okay, and then outside of this, outside of the margin top of 4, we have a margin top of 8, and this is where we'll put our commit log, like this. So this commit log is gonna take out the entire bottom of the screen here. Okay, cool. So now let's actually build out the commit log component here. Alright, so let's actually move on to build out this kind of commit log history. So how this is going to work is we're going to use GitHub's API, and they have a very cute name for it called OctoKit. So OctoKit is what they call their API to interact with GitHub, right? And so using OctoKit through Node.js, we can interact with the repository and the commit history of a certain repository, right? So we're going to use OctoKit to basically pull in all the list of commits, right? And we're going to poll for the commit. So whenever there's new commits, we're going to process them. For each commit, we're going to save the author who committed it. We're going to save the kind of URL of the person who committed it. We're going to get the commit message. We're going to get the commit timestamp. And lastly, we're going to get the commit. We need a commit hash as well. And we're going to use AI to generate this summary of the AI commit div. And this is the real magical part that is exciting. So I'm going to show you how to do all that in the next kind of this section that we're doing it in. So the first step is, let's actually just go back to our code editor. Let's clear out this part here, and we're going to install OctoKit. So OctoKit is the API to interact with GitHub. So let's actually save this. Okay, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just clear out everything here. I'm going to come down to our source, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my lib folder, library. I'm going to create a github.ts folder. So this github.ts is going to hold all our functions to interact the GitHub API, get the commits. Later on, we're going to get the file contents and the repository contents of the GitHub loader. Okay, and so the first thing is I'm going to just do console.log hello world. To actually run this file, right, because we're going to do a lot of experimenting with the APIs, I want you to know how to actually run TypeScript files. So we can just use bun. So I think bun is out for Windows as well, but bun gives you this special way of just directly running TypeScript files. So I can just do sudo bun run source/lib/github.ts. If I do this, I get to see hello world, which means now I can interact with this file and use this file and experiment with the different APIs. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just import octokit from octokit. Okay, and then I'm going to pass in, I'm going to initialize a new octokit. I'm going to pass in my GitHub token. So how do I get my actual GitHub token? So come down to your github.com. Okay, go into your kind of settings on your right side here. Come down to developer setting, right, and come down into personal access tokens and your tokens classic. Okay, and what I'm gonna do here is gonna press generate new token and just choose a classic version. All right, then what you're gonna do is just log in into your GitHub account, authorize it, and I'm gonna just do diagnosis test. So we need this token for us to authenticate with GitHub and increase our rate limit usage. Right, this is completely free, by the way, so you just have to follow along and allow GitHub to authenticate you. So you're gonna just choose the expiration date. I'm gonna choose 7 days, so after kind of I post this, it's gonna be expired. And just choose repo. Like, that's all you really need for now, right? So you need to, it allows you to gain access to your private repos and allow you to access the GitHub API. With that, just press generate token, right? And remember to save this token. Okay, get this token, and this is gonna be your GitHub token from now on. So I'm gonna go to my .env and just gonna save it as GitHub token. With this GitHub token, right, I can have this initialization here. Okay, and what I'm gonna do is, one more thing is, I'm gonna create a new model to store our commits. So we're gonna have a list of commits for each project, right? So to model that, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a new table called commit, right? Pretty self-explanatory. So for each commit, obviously we're gonna have an ID, just like every table we have, right? It's gonna be linked to a project, right? So for each project, we know that it's gonna have a list of commits with just an array of commits, right? So for each commit, what do we actually have? We're gonna have a commit message, which is a string. We're gonna have a commit hash, which is also a string. We're gonna have a commit author name, commit author avatar, which is the kind of image URL. We're gonna give it a date when it was committed. We're gonna have a summary. So this is the AI summary, right? It's gonna be a string as well, like this. And with that, we can just save this. Let's actually just push it up, so you already know the drill. So now man prisma db push, like this. Push spelled correctly. After creating that, let's actually go back to our github.ts. I'm gonna just experiment with pulling kind of an experiment URL. So I'm gonna have an example GitHub URL to be like, let's say github.com/ let's see docker/gen AI stack. Okay, and so to actually get the list of commits from this, right, we can write a function called, we can export const get commit hashes. Alright, it's gonna be an async. We're gonna take in a GitHub URL to be a string, and what we're gonna return is we're gonna return a response. So the type of the response is gonna be a TypeScript object of just the commit hashes, right? Everything that we have within our Prisma, okay? And so what we're gonna do is, we know that this is going to return a promise of our response. So the first step is we're gonna get the owner and the repository from GitHub URL.split, right? Okay, let's just start with this. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just get const data equals to await octokit. So we have the rest endpoint dot repos, rest dot repos. We can have a function called list commit dot list commit, and this list commits needs two things. We need the owner, right? So who owns this repo? So the owner will be, let's say, Docker in this case, and then the repository is going to be Gen AI stack, like this. And so if you just kind of console.logout data, let's see what this how the data looks like. So I'm going to call the get commit hashes, right? Passing in this function. And let's see if we can actually get the commits from this repository. So I can run sudo barn run source/lib. So because I'm calling things function, I should run this, right? So let's see what we get back. So we can see that we get back an array, and we get back all the information here. So these are really cool data. So we can see we have the committer, right? Who committed it, right? We can see the events, we can see the URL, we can see the author information, the message, etc. So we can get back all this stuff, and I know exactly what we need to get back, right? So we're gonna have a const sorted commit equals to the sort A and B like this, and then we're gonna just return the new date of b.commit.author.date.getTime minus a.commit.author.date.getTime. Okay, and we're gonna just return it as an array of any. Okay, and finally we're gonna return a sorted commits dot slice 0 to 15. So we're gonna only get the first 15 commits, right? Sorry, the latest 15 commits. So for each commit, we're just gonna return a type safe object of the commit hash to be commit.sha as string. We need the commit message to be commit.commit.message, right? And how do I know these keys? I basically look into the kind of object here and just pull it out. So I'm just doing the kind of work for you. And we need the commit author name to be commit.commit.author.name. We need the commit author avatar to be this, right? Avatar URL. And the last one is author.date, like this. So let's get add some optional chaining here just in case, like this. Okay, cool. And so right now, if we then just console.log out this value, we should be able to see a list of commits with this shape here. Okay, so if I expand my terminal and let's run this, and boom, I should now be able to see the commit hash, the message of the commits, the name of the author avatar, and the commit date in a string. Cool. So we actually got that working. I'm super happy for that. And so now we know that this function exists. We can now basically link the commit. Whenever we create a new project, what we're gonna do is we're gonna write a function called poll commit, and that's gonna take in the project's GitHub URL, get the list of commits. We're gonna look through each commit, and we're gonna see if we have already the commit hash. Have we already saved it? So we're gonna get the new commits every time, and we're gonna generate AI summaries for this. Okay, and so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna just turn this down to 10. I'm gonna remove this hash because we know that this function works. I'm gonna export a function called poll commit, right? And this is gonna be async function taking in the project ID, right? So the first step here is we're gonna actually want to get the project and the GitHub URL from await fetch project GitHub URL, passing the project ID. So let's write this function. So async function, right? Fetch project GitHub URL. We're just gonna get the database, right? Find this, and we're literally only just gonna get the GitHub URL like this, and we're gonna return the project. We're gonna return the project, and then we're gonna return the GitHub URL to be like this. Okay, cool. So we get back these two stuff here, and so now if we pass in a string, a project ID, we're gonna get back the project and the GitHub URL associated with that project. And with that, we can actually get the const commit hashes equals to await get commit hashes, which is the function we wrote up here with the GitHub URL. So in this case, if there is no project GitHub URL, we know that there's an error, so we'll just directly throw an error. And so by the time we get here, we can get the list of commits. Okay, cool. And so then at that point, we're gonna get unprocessed commits equals to await filter out the unprocessed commits, passing in the commit hashes and the project ID. Okay, so we're basically gonna get the most updated 15 commits, and we're gonna compare it with our database. Have we already saved these commits to our database? And we're gonna compare, are there new commits? Because we don't want to always generate AI summary for all the list of 10 commits, right? It's very wasteful because we already did it once, we saved it in our database. Why should we redo the work, right? So I'm gonna write a function here, async function, filter out unprocessed commits, right? So we'll take in the project ID and the list of commit hashes, right? And what we're gonna do is literally we're gonna get the processed commits, right? Which means these are the commits that we already saved into our database, right? By the project ID. And I'm gonna get the unprocessed commits equals to the commit hashes that we got back from pulling the API. We're gonna filter out the commits that already exist by comparing their commit hashes, right? And then we're gonna just return this unprocessed commit, okay? And so now we get this unprocessed commit. And so right now, if I just console the log and return it, right? I'm gonna call this function called poll commits. And how do we know what project ID will pass in? Okay, so let us actually test it out. So remember we have our kind of project here, our dashboard. So just for fun, I'm just gonna put in our project.id. So we know that this is our project ID, right? So that we can test it out. So in this case, if I just get this, if I just copy this project ID here and come into here and replace it here, hopefully I should be able to run this function, right? Let's see. Pull commits, I should await this. And boom, I get to see this again. So basically what this does was we called this function pull commits on this project ID. We got the GitHub URL, we got the commit hashes, we filter out the one that we have not processed, and we just console.logged it out. And that was what you saw here. So this is a list of commits for this project, right? So it proves that this works, right? And so after we get the unprocessed commits, let's actually save them to our database, right? But before we do that, we need to summarize the commits, okay? So to summarize the commits, let's actually write a function called async function summarize commit, right? This will take in a GitHub URL and the commit hash, okay? And let me show you something magical. So if I get an example commit hash here, right? How do I get the actual what changed in this commit, right? Because we want to get what changed in this commit and pass it into the AI. So if I come into github.com, right, and if I come here to the URL, and then if I go into, here's a secret code, right? So if I go into /commit, I pass in the commit hash .div, and I add .div in at the back. Here it says not found, but what we know here is, let's see, why is this failing? Because it's not even the correct project. So let's come in here. Let's go into our project here, localhost 3000, right? So let's go to our dashboard page here. Okay, we need to actually put a coalescence. So this commit, this is the kind of project ID that we're looking for, right? Let's see if we save this and let's actually run this project. So let's see why this is the case. Oh, I know why. Okay, this was a mistake. So because we hard-coded the repository owner here, right? So here what I should really do is get the owner here. So the structure of a kind of GitHub URL is, the first part here is the owner, and the second part here is always going to be the repository. So to get it out, we're going to get GitHub owner, right? We're going to just split it by the slash. So we split it by the slash, and we're going to get the last two items here, and we're going to assign it and destructure it to the owner and the repo, right? And so we're going to say, if not owner or not repo, we're going to just say it's an invalid GitHub URL. If not, we're going to just pass in to this object here. So hopefully I remove the hard coding. If we run this again, I should be able to see, okay, cool. This is the list of commits for my project, right? And so if I copy in the commit hash again, and I come into my GitHub here, and I come into my kind of repository URL followed by /commit, and I pass in the commit hash .diff, I should be able to get back what has actually changed in this commit. So this is the magical part here. I'm going to pass in this entire text here into an AI for it to generate like the difference for me. So if I go into like ChatGPT right now, I'm gonna just commit here. I'm gonna just copy this div. I'm gonna say, tell me what changed in this commit. I'm gonna paste in here. So AI should be able to tell me that, hey, this is the summary of the commit. So it says that first name and last name were updated by adding a question mark to their types. So this is accurate, right? So I want to programmatically do this. So to do this, I'm gonna set up Gemini AI. So Gemini AI is free for you guys to use. So just come down to gemini.google.com or just search Google Gemini AI, right? AI API, right? So just go into Gemini developer here, and you can press. So after logging into Google AI Studio, you can just create an API key. So this URL is at aistudio.google.com/app/API key, right? So just create an API key, right? So this is gonna be free for you, right? And what I'm gonna do is just copy the API key into your kind of project. So I already have an API key, so I'm gonna just reuse that from my previous project, right? And so what you're gonna do is come down to your .env and just create your Gemini API key and actually put in the actual value here. Okay? And so in this case I already have one, and so I'm gonna just copy it in here. After copying after loading in the Gemini API key, you can now officially use the Gemini API. And to test it out, I'm gonna create a new new file within lib called gemini.ts. So this is going to house all our Gemini API functions, right? And all kind of interaction with AI and API, including kind of the embedding vectors that we'll be using for our retrieval augmented generation model. Okay? And so the first step here is actually just to install. To use it, we're gonna install the at Google/generative AI module. Okay? I'm gonna import Google generative AI from this module, and I'm gonna have a const gen AI equals to new Google generative AI, pass in your Gemini API key like this. And let's see the issue, blah blah. API key, actually yeah, we don't need this because it is just like this. Cool, just pass in the string, and we're gonna get the model equals to gen AI.get generative model, and obviously you have a few options, right? But for now I'm gonna just choose Gemini-1.5-Flash. So this is a good balance between speed and also kind of power, right? So this is the model we'll be using from Gemini. We're gonna export a get commit summary, right? Let's create a summarize commit. Okay, we're gonna take in the div, right? So this div is gonna be a string, which is what we saw just now in that kind of URL. So this is gonna be the GitHub URL like this, right? Passing in the commit, and then this is the commit hash, right? .div. So if we have this URL, we are able to get back the actual commit difference, right? We're gonna pass this div into this function, and then I'm just going to get I'm gonna have a response, const response equals to await model dot generate content. I'm gonna pass in a huge prompt here. So I'm gonna copy this in here, right? Because I already have refined the prompt. I don't want to write this entire thing out. It's gonna be super tedious. And so the point is that you can see that I'm gonna say that, hey, you're an expert programmer. You're trying to summarize a Git diff. Remind us of our Git diff format. And so I'm using some few short prompting methods here to just give you some example of what diffs look like and what the expected output is. Okay, and then finally I'm gonna just template in my div into the prompt and ask it to summarize it, and then I'm gonna get response.text. So to just prove that this works, I'm gonna just console.log await summarize commit, right? And what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna pass in the kind of, let's see, I'll pass in my commit here. So I'm gonna copy this in here, and I'm gonna paste this div in here. And so if I want to run this file, what should I do exactly? sudo bun run source/lib, but this time we are running the Gemini folder, right? If I press this, hopefully I should get back some response from Gemini, and it works. So you can see I'm console.logging out the output of summarize commit, right, which was just the AI response to the div, right? So you can see that this is what it generates. So it's perfect, right? We are able to get a summary of a individual commit. So now we have this super convenient function that we can use, right, to get the summary of a commit. So we're gonna go back into our github.ts file. So we stopped here, right? So the summarize commit, what we're gonna do is we're gonna first get the div, then pass the div into AI, right? So remember what we're gonna do here. We're gonna have the format, right? So const data equals to await Axios. So we need to import Axios, right? So let's import Axios from Axios. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do get, right? We're gonna get, what do we want to get? We're gonna get the let's see, GitHub URL, right? Followed by commit, followed by the commit hash that we're looking at right now, right? .div, okay? .div. And then we're gonna pass in headers, right? What we're gonna accept? We're gonna accept application /vnd.github.v3.div. Okay, so this is their own custom formatting here, and then this is our own custom content type. I'm gonna just return await summarize commit, right? We're gonna import this summarize commit from our kind of, let's see, summarize commit. Sorry, we cannot name it the same function here, so I guess I'm gonna call it AI summarize commit. Okay, so I'm gonna import AI summarize commit, right, which we import from Gemini, right, our lib folder, and then finally I can just pass in the div, the data here. And so in this case, if there's something went wrong, we'll just return an empty string. Okay, so we got this function called summarize commit that takes in the URL and the commit hash, and now it returns us with a summary. So we can go back up to our pull commits function and continue writing the function, right? So what we're gonna do here is, let's continue. So we're gonna get the list of summaries equals to await promise.all settled, right? We're gonna pass in the unprocessed commits.map for each hash here. Sorry, for each commit, we're gonna return the summarize commit. We're gonna return the function, return the output from summarize commit, right? And we need to pass in the GitHub URL as well as the commit hash here. Commit hash, okay? And then we got this responses, summary responses, right? We're gonna get the summaries equals to summary responses.map, right? So if the response was equals to fulfill, I'm gonna return response.value as string, right? If not, gonna return an empty string. And then finally, I'm gonna save this summary and the commits into my database. So that's the commits equals to await db.commit.create many, right? So I'm gonna just loop through the list of summaries that I got, right? So for each summary and index, right? For each summary and index, I'm gonna return, right? I need all this stuff, right? So we need the project ID. Obviously, we have the project ID, right? We need the commit hash, right? Which is the unprocessed commits index into this index here, dot commit hash, right? And then we're gonna just pass in everything else here. Okay, so commit message. And so we know that this will definitely exist, so we'll just replace it with exclamation mark, right? We'll pass in the commit message, the author name, the dates, the author avatar, and obviously the summary here. And so this summary comes back from our AI summary. And finally, we can just return the commits like this. So in one fell swoop, what we have done is this function will take in the project ID. It's gonna fetch us the URL of the GitHub URL. We're gonna get the commit cache hashes from GitHub API. We're gonna filter out the commits that we have already processed. We're gonna then summarize all the commits summarize all the new commits, and then we're gonna save them into our database. And so now we have this very handy pull commits function that we're gonna call, right? So we're gonna call this function. Let's say we call this function every time we create a project. So here, after I create a project, I'm gonna await pull commits, right? Passing in the project.id, right? And then I'm gonna return the project. And so guess what? If I now come into my create a new project and I give in a kind of name, so like commits, I pass in my, let's say, Gen AI stack, and if I press create projects, right, I'm gonna log it out as well. So I'm gonna come to my pull commits, and let's just say for each commits here, I'm just going to say I'm processing console.log processing commit index here, right, like this. So you can just have some output to see what is happening in our console, right? And so I'm gonna just comment this out here first, right? And so now if I create a project, I should call this pull commits function that does all this thing and save it into our database. And so I'm gonna try it out here. I'm gonna press create projects, and hopefully I should be able to see create cannot read properties are undefined. So I updated my Prisma DB, so I just need to restart my server to make sure that my database is in sync with my server. So I'm gonna just refresh my server and refresh my page, and this time it should work again. So say commits test here, and so if I give it a GitHub URL of Gen AI stack, I'm gonna press create project, and if I go back into my server, hopefully I can see my commits being processed. So let's wait for it, blah blah. So in a bit, it's gonna take some time, obviously, right? It's gonna take like 10-20 seconds, but in a while I can see, okay, processing commit 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? That means that it has already got back the commits and summarized it. And so if I come into my Prisma Studio like this, I should be able to see the list of commits here. Okay, I got 10 commits, that's a good sign. And I can see my commit message, and most importantly, I get to see the summary here, right? And so this summary is my AI summary, and that means I have successfully saved it and has linked it to my project. So now let's actually display this on the UI. Okay, so let's stop this. Let's display this on the UI. So remember we have this let's see, dashboard. We have this commit log, right? So come back down to your dashboard page. I'm gonna create a new component here called commit-log.tsx, and this is going to be a client component. I'm gonna do RAFCE. I'm gonna get the commit log here, and I'm gonna come down to my project, and I'm gonna write another router. I'm gonna write another query procedure that says get commits, right? And so GitHub Copilot already knows what's up. I'm gonna get in the project ID. I'm gonna just get back all the list of commits that belongs to this project ID. With this function, I am now able to get the list of commits. So I'm gonna get my project ID from my use project hook first, right? See, so this use project hook is actually super useful. And let's see why. Okay, I guess it's we need to import it ourselves. Import use project from our hook. Let's see, use project. Okay, our TypeScript server is kind of janky, so let's reload our VS Code. Okay, and let's see if we can import this. Okay, cool. So we got our project ID, and now we can actually get our commits, right, from calling API .project.get commits, passing in the project ID here. Okay, cool. And so then at this point, I can then just, for now I'm going to put in a pre-tag and just render out the list of commits. So let's see if this works. So if I refresh the page, nothing happens because we haven't rendered this component. So instead of just hard coding this text, why not let us just import the commit log. And so hopefully, if I come down to commits test, I get to see the list of commits here. Boom, perfect. So now let's actually make the UI nice, right? So let's see. Oh, this is actually a long kind of component, but we're gonna code it out together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to return a UL, right, with a class of space dash y of 6. Okay, we're going to loop over the commit dot map, passing in the commit and commit index like this. And for each commit, we're going to return a list item here with a key of commit.id and a class name of relative flex gap x of 4. Inside here, we have a big div. Within this div, we're going to give it a class name of cn. And so conditionally render, so if index equals to 0, sorry, if it's the last index, right, so if it's index equals to commits.left minus 1, we're going to have a height of 6. If not, we're going to have a negative bottom of 6, right? Let's see. Right, we're going to put this in an object here. Let's see what's the issue. Cool. And then we're going to have just a normal stuff here. Let's see. Okay, we're going to have absolute, left of 0, top of 0, flex, width of 6, and justify center. So once we have this, inside this div, we're gonna just have a class name of width of pixel, translate x of 1, and bg gray of 200. Okay, so outside of this div, right, we're gonna have a fragment here. We're gonna have an image tag, right? So this is for the commit author image, right? And this is obviously going to have the commit author avatar, right? Let's close this tag here. We'll give it an alt tag of commit avatar. We'll give it a class name of relative, margin top of 3, size of 8, flex of none, like this, rounded of full, and bg gray of 50. So if we save it right now, we can see the list of kind of our line as well as the author, right? Below this image, we're gonna have a div with a class name of flex-auto, rounded medium, background of white, padding of 3, ring of 1, ring inset, ring gray of 200. And inside this div, we're gonna have another div with a class name of flex, justify between, gap x of 4. Inside here, we're gonna have a link, right? This link is gonna have a target of blank and the href of commit.conf, and the href will be a templated string of project. So we need a project from this, our active project, project.github URL followed by /commit hash, and we'll actually put in the inside the link, we're gonna have a class name of padding y of 0.5, text xs leading of 5, and let's see, text rate of 500. Inside here, we're gonna have two spans, right? The first span is gonna just have the commit.author name with a class name of font-medium, text gray of 900, like this. And then underneath this span, with the class name of inline flex, items-center, okay. Inside we're gonna have committed, and then we'll have an external link icon here, class name of margin of 1, and size of 4. Cool. So now this is starting to look good, okay. And then other than that, let's come out of this div, and we'll have a span with a class name of font semi-bold, and we have the commit message, and underneath the span we're gonna have the pre, and obviously this pre will have margin top of 2. This is a summary, right? White space of pre-rep text sm, right, leading of 6, text gray of 500, right, and this is where we put our commit.summary. And boom, okay, this looks kind of weird. I think we made a mistake. Okay, I think both of these things has to be still in the div, right? Okay, now that looks much better. Cool. So we got the summary here. So this is from Gemini. We got the actual commit message, and we got the person who committed as well as the avatar. Cool. We did it. So we now have this commit stuff here, and you can see that it scrolls all the way down, right? And so, okay, we're doing extremely well. And so now we get the list of commits, right? And what we're gonna do is, every time you can see that we get these commits, right? Before we actually return the commits, I'm gonna just do pull commits here, right? I'm gonna just do .then.catch, right? Passing in the error. So every time we fetch the commits, right, we're gonna just check if there are new commits. If there are new commits, we're gonna summarize it and we're gonna display it, right? So this is how we're gonna do the polling here. So really great job, guys, right? Let us actually continue to the next part. Alright, so let's go to the next part. I'm gonna create the question card. So before that, I'm gonna show you the actual key component of getting a GitHub project and getting all the files and all the contents of the files or of the repository, right? So to do that, we're going to use LangChain, right? So LangChain is just a super nice library that allows us to work with large language models as well as unstructured data or any kind of data, right? So it's actually a super helpful library. I'm going to be using that to actually load in the GitHub repository, right? So the first thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to install LangChain. So just do install install at langchain/community at langchain/core and ignore. So you need these three things here, right, to make this work, right? So after installing it here, come down to the project, and I'm going to create under lib, I'm going to create a github-loader.ts. So this GitHub loader is primarily gonna be a function that allows us to take in a GitHub URL and give us back the list of files in the URL in the repository. So let's actually write the function export function load GitHub repository, right? So this is going to be an async function that takes in the GitHub URL and optionally a GitHub token, right? So this GitHub token could be used to actually access a private repository. And so I'm going to import the actual loader. So I'm going to just import this function, import from at langchain/community/document loaders. So type in exactly what I'm typing in right now. And we need the GitHub repo loader. So LangChain kindly provided us with this kind of class that allows us to just load in the files of the repository. So enough talk, let's actually write the code. So the first thing is I'm gonna create a loader instance. It goes to new GitHub loader, right? Passing in the access token. So if I have a GitHub access token, I'm gonna pass it in. If not, I'm gonna pass in my default kind of let me see what I mean by this. I'm going to pass in a default GitHub token here, okay? And so actually no, by default there's actually none. I'm gonna pass in no default token, okay? And then what we're gonna do is we can pass in a few options, right? So we obviously got the branch, right, which is main, or you can change to any branch you want, right? We're gonna ignore some files. So we're obviously gonna ignore some pretty common files like package log or like some pm log or like even bun.logb. So if you got some specific requirements here, you can just ignore it here. And you can set recursive to be true or false. So by default it's going to be false, meaning that it's only going to read in the top level folders and files. But if you want really every single folder and file inside there, you need to set recursive to be true, right? And then you can have unknown to be warned. So if there's some unknown file types like some binary, some PDFs, right, we're just going to make sure they warn us. And then concurrency, we're going to set it to 5, okay? And then we're going to get docs equals to await loader.load, right? And then we're going to return the docs. So if I just do console.log out load GitHub repo, what do you think will happen? So if I just load out my repository like .elliottchong /chat pdf-youtube, right? So let's see what actually gets returned us with, right? So how do we actually run this? I'm sure you guys already know, right? ZI, let's see, YouTube. What the hell is this? That's weird. Why am I in node modules? Okay, weird. But anyways, if I run this by running sudo bun run source/lib/github loader, right? Theoretically, it will run this loader on my URL, which hopefully will return me with a list of documents, which are the files. So if I run this, let's give it some time, and if you give it like maybe 10 seconds, okay, that's actually super fast. You can see we get back a list of documents. So it's an array, and each document has a document. So right, each item is a document, right? And it will have a metadata, which has the source, which is the file name, right? So this case is the source/lib/db/index.ts, and I also get back the page content. So the shape of this JSON is actually like this. So I'm gonna just export this out. So I'm gonna get this out like this. So the return type is actually like this. So for each document or each item in here, we get the page content, which is actually the contents of the file. We get some metadata, which has the source, which is the file name, right, and some ID, which we don't really care. The only thing we care about is the page content and the name of the file. Okay, so this is a super powerful concept, right? And I'm glad we can use this, right? And now with this knowledge, I'm gonna walk you through exactly how we're gonna build an entire production-ready retrieval augmented generation system. I'm gonna walk you through step by step, including how we're gonna actually query it. So if you're new to AI, you're new to vector databases, you're new to retrieval augmented generation, fret not, because I'm gonna explain to you every single step there is to build out this system. Alright, so, oh my, bro, I was recording for like 30 minutes just now, and I was like explaining everything and like coding it out, and I realized that like I wasn't recording, so that's kind of frustrating, but it's okay. We're gonna go back to where we stopped last time. So we talked about loading the GitHub repository, right? And now I'm gonna give you a high-level overview of how retrieval augmented generation system actually works. Okay, so let us go into SkellyDraw. Okay, so load GitHub repo, right? Let's see. Okay, yeah. So now we stop here. We basically use LangChain to get a list of documents from the GitHub repository, and we've already seen the shape of the document, right? So each document has a page content, which is the actual source code, as well as the file name stored in the metadata source key. Okay, and so the next step is, after we got this list of documents, what we're gonna do is we're gonna call the Gemini API to summarize the contents of each document. So instead of embedding each source code directly, we're gonna convert it and pre-process it by getting the summary of the document first. And so if you do get summary and passing the page content, we get an example output like this, right? So we're gonna have a prompt for this as well. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna loop through each document from the repository and just call the get summary function on each of them, right? So we'll probably do a await promise.all to loop through all of this and call this function. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a vector embedding of each summary. So if you're not familiar with what an embedding is, an embedding, it just measures the relatedness of text streams semantically. And really an embedding is just a vector of like an array of numbers, okay? And so the easiest way to explain and understand a vector or embedding is just in a 2D space. A vector is just an arrow in 2 dimensions. You got an x-axis and a y-axis, right? And so how close an arrow is, or how close 2 vector embeddings are, or how close 2 vectors are, what this means is that closer means more similar, right? And if you are pointing very far away, that means semantically or in meaning you're not similar, right? So if I have change.py, like I got a summary of change.py, I got a summary of readsme.md, I got the summary of env.example, I got the summary of pdf.bot, right? All of these arrows are pointing in this general direction, which means that on a visual glance, I know that these 4 files are probably talking about very similar things, okay? And you can see index.tsx is pointing away, which means that the file contents probably is talking about something very different, and that's why it's pointing away, okay? And so what we're gonna do is, after we get the summary of the list of documents, we're gonna call a function called getEmbeddings to get the actual array of numbers or the vector representation of the summary, and then we're gonna store all of these embeddings into our vector store. In this case, we're going to use Postgres SQL because Postgres also provides us with a PG vector extension that allows us to store, manipulate, and query vector data within our SQL. So we are killing like basically two birds with one stone. Okay. And so once we do this process of getting the summary of each document, generating embeddings, and saving it, right? What happens when we actually want to query the data and ask a question, right? So it's like if I come into our app here and I ask like, what models, like if I refresh, what models / LLMs does this project support? Okay, I ask. And you can see that it pulls out relevant files that it's referring to, right? How does it know which files to refer to? How does it know which relevant files it has to look up to in order to answer my question, right? How it does that is, the first step is it's going to take my query, my question, and it's going to generate an embedding of it, okay? It's going to take the query vector, it's going to place it into the same space as all my current files, right? And in this case, you can see the query vector just happens to be in this direction as well. And from a visual glance, I can immediately tell that these 4 files are probably the most similar to what I'm asking about, which means that I can just take these 4 files as the most relevant files related to my question. I can then take this top 10 relevant files, right, and put it into the AI context, right? I can say that, hey, you're an AI code assistant who answers questions about a code base, your target audience is a technical intern, blah, blah, blah. And then I can take all the relevant files to my question and put it into the context block of my AI. And then I can ask my question of, hey, which models does this AI support? And because the AI now has context, the AI now has context of the exact relevant files that we're asking about, is able to generate something that's actually super accurate, right? You can see that all of this information from AI is directly related to my code base, which means that the AI has full 100% accuracy context of the code base, which is a powerful concept, right? So it means it won't hallucinate and you're able to get very good answers. Okay, and so that is the high level overview. We talked about how to actually load in the documents. We talked about how to get a summary. We talked about how to embed them into vectors and store into our database. So now let's actually implement it because it's actually not that hard, okay? So the first step here is literally just trying to represent that in our database. So let's go into our schema.prisma, okay? And I already added a model just now because I wasn't recording, but it's literally just this one table, right? And what this table does is it's just a row representing one document, and it means it's a source code embedding, okay? So for each kind of row that you see here, where we have the summary and we got the embedding, how do we store it? How do we represent it in the vector store? It is in this, we are storing into this table called source code embedding, okay? This source code embedding will have certain fields, okay? The first one is obviously the embedding of that summary, right? Which is a vector of 768 dimensions, right? And the reason why it's 768 is because of the particular embedding model that Gemini provides us with, okay? And then obviously each document will have the source code represented. It will have the file name here, right? And then it has the actual summary that we also generated from AI, okay? And all of these embeddings belong to one project, right? Because one project is related to one GitHub repository, and one repository generates a list of source code embeddings, okay? And so one more thing you need to add here is you need to go up here and you need to add this preview features, right? And these preview features, you have to put in Postgres SQL extensions. And then you can come down here to our database and add in the extensions to tell Postgres that, hey, I'm going to use the vector extension. Can you help me install it so that I can use this vector array here, okay? So make sure you just have all this and make sure that this is a question mark, which means that this embedding is optional for now. And I'll show you why in a bit, okay? So let's actually implement the steps, right? So the first step is load it in here, right? So let's actually have a function. So this is our main function whenever we create a new project within Dionysus, right? Which is export cons index GitHub repo, right? Equals to a GitHub. We're gonna take in a GitHub URL, right? We're gonna take in a project ID first, right? We're gonna take in the GitHub URL and also optionally a GitHub token, which is a string, okay? And really the first step here is we're gonna get the bunch of documents, okay? So we're gonna get cons docs equals to await load GitHub repo, which is the function we have right up here that uses LangChain to load it in. We're gonna pass in the GitHub URL and the GitHub token, okay? The next step is to get all embeddings, right? Await generate embeddings. So let's write a function here. Cons generate embeddings. So this function is going to take in the list of documents like this, right? And it's gonna do two things. The first thing it's gonna do is going to look through the files. It's gonna generate a AI summary of the file, and then it's gonna then take the summary and create a vector embedding of it, right? And so it's gonna take in a document and hopefully it spits out both the summary and the embedding. And this document, right, we can actually import the document from langchain/core/documents, right? And this will have the actual proper types here, okay? So we're gonna just return await promise.all. We're gonna take the docs.map, right? And for each doc, we're gonna have a async doc, right? Like this. We're gonna get the summary equals to await summarized code. And where do we get this summarized code? We get this summarized code by going to our Gemini file. Let's write the function async function summarize code. We get this document, right? We can import the document from LangChain core, right? So we're gonna just come down here, okay? I'm just going to, let's see, do I have a relevant thing here? Yeah, this will work. Okay. So the thing is, we're gonna just log out that we're getting the summary for the file name. Okay, we're gonna get the code, right, which is gonna be the page content, but we're gonna just limit to the first 10,000 characters in case our context overruns. And then we're gonna just put in a prompt. Say, hey, you're an intelligent senior software engineer, specializes in onboarding people, right? And then we're gonna ask them to explain the purpose of the code, passing in the code here, and say give a summary of no more than 100 words or less, and we're then gonna return the text here, okay? So we've got this summarize code function. Come back down to a generate embeddings function. We're gonna import the summarize code from Gemini, right? And now that we got the summary, remember what's the next step? We actually need to generate the embeddings, right? And to generate the embeddings, luckily Gemini also gives us a very convenient function called generate embedding, right? And we're just gonna literally take in a text field, a string, right? And this could be the summary, right? We're taking the summary and we're going to generate the vector embedding representation of it. And to do that, it's really simple. So you're just gonna get the model, the embedding model to be GenAI dot get generative model, and the model we're using is specifically text dash embedding dash 004. So make sure you're putting this exactly right, okay? I'm gonna get the result equals to be await model dot embed content, passing the summary, and we'll get the embedding to be result dot embedding, and we'll just return embedding dot values, right? And you can see that this is literally just an array of numbers, right? And I can test this out. I can just do console.log await generate embedding hello world, and if I run this function, right, I should be able to see the output of this. So if I just run gemini.ts, you can see that it's literally just a array with 768 numbers, right? That is all a vector is, right? So this is the representation of hello world, okay? So I'm going to delete this. We're going to come back here. We're going to get the embedding to be await generate embedding, import from Gemini, passing in the summary like this, okay? And then Finally, we're going to return the summary, we'll return the embedding, we'll return the source code, right, to be JSON the parse, JSON the stringify the page content, in case there's like some error in the page content, and then the file name will be the metadata, the source. Okay, and that's all basically. We're gonna get all embeddings to be generic embeddings, passing the docs. So this does two things, right? So this literally gets the summary as well as embeds the summary for us. Okay, so now the last step is just to store it into our database, which is easy, right? So all we have to do is we'll come down here to, we'll do await promise the all settled, right? We'll get all embeddings dot map, right? For each embedding, what do we want to do, right? We're just going to console.log processing index of all embeddings on length, just to keep track of it, right? So if there's no embedding, we're just going to return, okay? But now we have to insert each embedding, so we're going to look through all the embeddings we have and insert it into our source code embedding table, right? So we get the source code embedding equals to await db dot source code embedding, right? This should be a async function dot insert, right? And what's the data, right? We know that we have the summary to be the embedding the summary, we have the source code to be embedding the source code, and we got the file name, okay? And let's say create like this, okay? And can you tell me what's missing from this insert? We got the summary, we got the source code, we got the file name, and the project ID. But if you realize, where is the actual vector? How do we insert the vector? And just by the nature of Prisma just doesn't support kind of inserting our vectors for now. That's why we need to write a raw SQL query to insert the vector after we have created the row. And so really we just have to do await db dot $execute raw, right? And we'll just write a raw SQL query. We'll say update source code embedding, right? Set summary embedding to be the embedding dot embedding. So this is the actual number, the actual vector, right? So the number array, right? And we're gonna cast it to a vector like this, right? Where id equals to source code embedding dot id. So what we did was basically we just inserted the row first without the vector, and after inserting the row, we ran a raw SQL query to update the same row, right? We updated the same row, and this time we update the vector column, right? This is how it actually works, okay? And so because of this, we are basically done. If I go back into my project, whenever I create a project now, right, I should also call this await index GitHub repository, passing in my project ID, GitHub URL, and GitHub token. So this index GitHub repo will load in all the documents, you'll get the summary, create the embeddings, and then insert it into our database for me, okay? And so let's actually try it out to see if it works. I'm going to exit this, and I'm going to just restart my server to make sure everything is working, like this. And so if I come back here to my local host, I'm going to create a new project. Let's try it out. So let us just say test embedding. We'll give a GitHub URL of Gen AI stack, and we'll have no GitHub token. So when I say press create project, right, we can look into our console. We should start seeing our summary. So you can see we're gonna get back the list of documents, all the files in the repository. We're gonna slowly get the summary for each file, blah blah, and then okay, candidate was blocked due to safety, blah blah. Okay, Google generative AI error. Okay, so there was probably an error here. That means that Google generative probably like detected there was something malicious happening, which is okay. What we can do here is go into our Gemini model. So if they don't want to actually give us a code, we're gonna put in the try catch block here, and we're just gonna literally just return an empty string, okay, like this. So let's try again. So I'm gonna press create project. We should get a summary, right? We're getting the summary of all the code, and we can see that slowly we can see processing, right? Processing 0 out of 44, 1 out of 44, blah blah. And so what this does is getting the summary, is embedding the summary, and you can see that's inserting into our source code embedding, right, into our vector. And that means at the end it's successful, and we get my test embedding back. Okay, that's cool. And how do we actually verify that it works, right? If I come into my pseudobun Prisma Studio, let's verify that the source code embedding has been created, right? We can see that source code embedding has 88. That was because I had a duplicate test. But the point is that now we can see that we got the source code, actual source code of the files. We got the file name. We got the summary that the AI has generated for us. And we got the project ID. And there's supposed to be a kind of vector embedding here. But I think because Prisma doesn't support it, it doesn't display. But trust me when I say that we now have a vector embedding column here that goes alongside everything here. That's a representation of the summary. Cool. So now that we have this powerful thing, we can now start building out some UI to actually display this stuff, right? When we ask a question, how do we actually pull in the relevant files, right? As we discussed here, how do we pull in the relevant files and actually do RAG? So the reason why it's called retrieval augmented generation, because you have to think of it in 3 words. So retrieval, augmented, and generation. Augmented just means change. Augmented literally means change, okay? Retrieval refers to the retrieval of relevant documents based on the query. And generation here just refers to a normal LLM inference or generation. So if you break it up into 2 parts, right? Retrieval augmented, generation, this makes more sense because what you're doing is you are retrieving relevant stuff and you're putting the relevant documents into context of the AI. And by putting these relevant documents into the AI, you're effectively augmenting the generation. You're changing the generation. And therefore, that's why it's called retrieval augmented generation, right? So I hope this makes sense, kind of a tidbit for you. But this really helped me understand what RAG is really about. It's really just about getting the right information into the AI, which allows them to give us a better answer. So finally, let's actually build some UI, right? So if I come back to my localhost, let's actually replace the ask question card, okay? So let's actually just clear all our stuff. Let's go into our dashboard page again. Instead of this question card, let's actually create a new component here called ask-question-card.tsx, right? And in here, let us have a normal use client, RAFCE, ask question card, right? And we know we're gonna need a project, right? So let's just get it in advance. Use project like this, and let us just replace this with ask question card. Cool. So now we can see everything is still normal, right? But this time, let's actually build some UI. So the first thing here I'm gonna do is just return a card from component/card with a card header, right, and a card title that says ask a question. Cool. And I'll leave the card header with the card content. In here, we're gonna just have a simple form, right, with a text area, right, that says there's a placeholder of which file should I edit to change the home page, like this. And then we'll have a spacer, and we'll have a button from components that says ask diagnosis. And we'll type of submit, and let's have a kind of question state here for the text area, and we'll just bind it here, pretty standard stuff. Cursor knows what's up, right? And then what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna just have a cons on submit that prevents the defaults and just alert out the question, and we'll just pass into here on submit here. So right now we can see we got this very basic UI. Let's give it some styles. So this card will have a class name of relative and column span of 3. So now it looks better, right? Because how it's gonna work is this is gonna be a grid, right? It has 5 columns. This is gonna take up 3 columns, and this is gonna take up 2 columns. So we're splitting it by a 3:2 ratio. Cool. So that's how we achieve this kind of look, okay? And so I'm gonna type, this looks good. So when I press on this button, right, we're gonna see the kind of answer or the question that we're asking. So for now, I want to kind of pop up to show up, right? So what we're gonna do here is I'm going to have a dialog here from components UI, and I'm going to have a open state to track whether the dialog is open on open change, and we'll have import the dialog content here. So the dialog content is literally just a modal, right? And then the let's see, we have a let's see, does this make sense? Has a dialog header like this, dialog title, right? And this is the actual question that you're asking. No, actually, let's put our logo here, image of Dionysus here / logo.png, and let's give you a height of 40 like this, and then that's pretty much good. And so when I click on this submit, I'm just gonna set the open to be true. So hopefully now if I press, now this pops up, right? And actually here this dialog header had to be in the content, so that now that this works. So when I click on it, we can see that we got a logo here and we got stuff happening here. So in our next section, we're gonna implement the actual logic of querying our vector embeddings to get the relevant files and stream back the answers from Google Gemini. So we're doing really good so far, right? So after this section, we're gonna really have some really fun stuff to be working on. So good job, and let's get on. Alright, let's continue. Okay, so we stopped at basically getting in a question and getting this model up, right? So the ideal effect is we're gonna get this question, right? If you come back to my schedule, to get real retrieval augmented generation, is the first step is to get convert the query into an embedding, and then do a vector similarity search, right, for top 10 files or top however many files you want. Then we're gonna take the contents of all the top 10 files, insert into this big prompt, and then stream back the answer into the UI. Okay, cool. So let's actually execute on that. It's not too hard. So let's see, what's this error? Test embedding. Oh, right, because I have these two names. Well, it's fine. I'll delete one of them later. Right, we're gonna have an archive button later. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back here to this, and what we're gonna do here is we're gonna have a, let's see how we're gonna do this. We're going to have a, okay, when we submit here, right now we just open the dialog, right? I'm gonna just create a new file called actions.ts. So this is a NextJS server action here, and what we're gonna do here is really just implement that retrieval augmented answering system. So the first step here is we need to install a few packages to make the streaming work. So install AI, as well as add AI-SDK/Google. So we need these two things, right, to actually make the streaming possible and give us some utility function to execute on this. Cool. We're gonna basically have a let's see, we're gonna have Google equals to create Google generative, but let's import that. So we're gonna import a few things. So we're gonna import something from AI. We're gonna import stream text from AI. We're gonna import create streamable value from AI/SDK, sorry, RSC, React Server Component. We're gonna import create Google generative AI from AI-SDK/Google, and that's pretty much it. So we're gonna create Google generative AI, passing in our Gemini API key. Okay, and we're gonna basically implement the actual question answering, right? So we need a question as well as the project ID in which we are asking the question in context of. So the first thing I'm gonna do is just create a stream equals to create streamable value. So what I'm doing here is purely just to get the effect of the tokens coming back into the UI one by one as I'm streaming back, right? So then the first logic that I have to do is get the query embedding, right, which we discussed here. the first step here is to convert it into a query vector. So let's actually name it query vector instead to be consistent. So we're going to do get embedding, generate embedding, which can get from our Gemini function, passing in the question, okay? And then we'll have the vector query to be we're going to just do embed query vector dot join. Let's see, does it make sense? Dot join. Okay, we have to put into this quote because we're going to insert it into a raw SQL. Dot join by this comma, okay? And then we're going to get the result. So we're going to basically compare and get the top 10 files, top 10 in terms of similarity. And we'll do this by executing a raw db dot raw query raw, okay? We're going to select what we're going to select. We're going to select the file name and the actual source code of the top 10 files, right? As well as the summary of the top 10 files, right? And we're going to get 1 minus summary embedding, right? And we're going to do this symbol. So this is for the vector query comparison. Cast it to vector. Vector query, like this. So what this does is it converts into vector, and we're going to get the as cosine similarity, but we'll just name it similarity. So when you do 1 minus this, you're basically getting the similarity score between all the embeddings and the actual vector embeddings. And obviously what we'll do is we're going to get it from our source code embedding table, right, where 1 minus summary embedding, right, and the vector query is greater than 0.5. So what this does is, this is the threshold score. So because all the files, like all the vectors, will be similar, it will give you a similarity score in regards to your query vector. So in this case, maybe the cosine change.pi has a very similarity score of, let's say, 0.9. So the higher the score, the more similar it is to it, right? And the further out, maybe index.ts has a score of 0.3, right? This is an example. And so we're basically asking, what is the cutoff point? At which point do we say that, okay, a vector is just not considered relevant, right? So this is what the number here means. And just for fun, I just put 0.5 because I experimented with some numbers, and this just seemed to work best, okay? And with that, we're gonna do from this and project ID equals to the project ID we passed in here, right? And we're gonna order by similarity descending limit 10. So this is basically saying that, okay, we now have gotten all the similarity scores between all the vectors and our query vector. I want you to order by how similar they are, starting from the most similar to the least similar. And we're going to take the top 10, right? So this is actually pretty intuitive if you think about it, right? And the output here is going to be as file name, source code, summary, and that's pretty much all we want to know, okay? And so with this, we can then have the context equals to let context equals to be an empty string. We're gonna loop through for const document of result. What we're gonna do is we're gonna append the context plus equals to, right? We're gonna get the source, which is the doc.file name, right? Then we have the code content to be doc.source code, and then we'll have the summary of file to be doc.summary, and that's pretty much it. So we're just appending all the list of the relevant documents, appending all the code and the summary into this one big context payload here that you see right here, this context block, right? And now we can actually construct a prompt. So I'm gonna just do async here just follow along here, just trust me. And then what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna copy in this prompt, right? And here I'm gonna just change the question, and this is the prompt I showed you, right? So we're gonna have this stream text function. We're gonna return a text stream. The model we're using is Gemini 1.5 Pro, right? And this could be actually even like, let's see, Gemini 1.5. we can call it flash. We can use flash to make it faster. Okay? And so the prompt is you're an AI code assistant, blah, blah, and we're going to pass in the context string, which is the concatenation of all the relevant files. And then we're going to ask the question here, inserting the question that we pass in to this action. And after having this text stream, right, we can then finally come out of this, and then we're going to do for await const delta of text stream. So this is like the streaming chunking back. We're going to update the stream with the delta. And after that, we're just going to call stream.done. I'm going to invoke this function immediately. So this is just a kind of a immediately invoke asynchronous function, right? So we're going to basically call the Gemini model in the text stream and slowly update our stream with the tokens that starts coming back in. And then we can return our output to be the stream, right? And we want to return the files that we reference to be the result, right? Because later what we will have is, when we ask this question, like which models does this project support, right? Not only do we want to get back the streaming answer, right? Okay, this is kind of weird, but let's try which where do I edit the PDF viewer? So you can see that we get back the list of files that Dionysus referenced, right? So we're gonna loop over this and basically just display the UI as well as the answer, right? So we're gonna have two parts here, and that's why we have the output, the stream, which is the answer, and the files reference, which is the result, which is basically the file name, the source code, and the summary of the list of documents that are relevant. Cool. And with this, we can save this action, and remember the function is called ask question. So let's go back to our ask question card. Whenever we have submit, I'm going to turn this to an async function, which it already is. And we're going to just do, if not project.id, we'll just return, okay? And then what we're going to do here is, we're going to have a loading state, const loading, right? We're going to set loading to true. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have the output from await ask question, which we get from our actions, passing in the question that we have, as well as the project ID. Right, remember that's what we need, right? We need a question and a project ID. And it returns us with a list of files that got referenced and a streamable output. Okay? And that's why we can just get the type safe object of output and files reference. Okay? And with that, I can just have a files references to be an array of file name, source code, and summary. And I can just immediately set my file reference to file reference. Okay? And then what we're gonna have is we need to have the answer somewhere, right? So we'll store the answer here, and then we can have for await const delta of a read streamable value of the output, right? So because this output here, let's see, why is this throwing error? Output await ask question for await const delta of read streamable value. Right, let's see, if delta, we should theoretically set answer to the answer plus delta. So this basically creates that streaming effect of seeing the tokens come back one by one. So let's see why this read streamable value is not working. AI/RSC output ask question, let's see, the stream. Oh, my bad. So the output here is not the stream, but stream.value here. So remember to add the value here, and this should resolve the error here. Okay? And so we're basically taking the tokens one by one and just appending it to the current answer state that we have in memory. Okay? And with that, we can, after everything is done, we can just set loading to be false. Okay? So let's actually just show it right here. So below this dialog header, let's just show the answer. And let's actually look through the file references.map, right, file, and let's just return a span of the file name. So just have a h1 that says file references. Okay, so we're gonna ask a question, right? When you submit this question, we're gonna call this ask question function this ask question function will get the top 10 most relevant files related to our question, feed it into Google Gemini with the context here, and then it's going to return us the token one by one, as well as the files that it has referenced. We're going to then take that files reference and the output and just appending it to our state of our answer and file references, and we're going to display in our UI. So let's see if this works. Okay, so I'm going to come back to my localhost 3000, and okay, so now by right it should work. So if I ask a question like, which model /RM does this project support, it should be able to give me the answer as well as tell me the list of files that it thinks is relevant. So let's see. Okay, we get the files relevant file, which is the list of files, and we can see that slowly our answers are getting back. Cool. So now our kind of solution works. Now let's actually implement a nice UI to put this inside a nice markdown viewer, and let's actually put this into a tab view with a nice syntax highlighter so you can reference the files properly. Cool. Let's build a UI now. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here is the first thing here, I'm going to install a few things. Okay, I'm going to install something called @UIW/React-Markdown Editor. So this is just a nice markdown editor for us to display the outputs of the AI. Okay, and we also need another thing, which is the React Syntax Highlighter to display the code blocks. So let's also install React Syntax Highlighter. Okay. We also need to have the TypeScript types for this, so at types/React-Syntax Highlighter. Cool. So we install a total of 3 things, right? So now let's actually close this down. Okay. Let's go back to my ask question card, and instead of just displaying the answer like this very uglily, okay, I'm going to display our answer like this. So I'm gonna just import my markdown editor, import MD editor from @UIW/React Markdown Editor, and I'll just render let's render the MD editor dot markdown, right? This is a self component, and the source equals to the answer here as it streams back. Let's have a class name of max width of 70 view width, right? Height of full, max height of 40 view height, overflow scroll, okay, and that's all. And then we'll have let's delete these file references for now, and we have a button here, type of button. On click, I'm just gonna set it to just close the thing, and in this case we can also reset everything. Okay, so one more thing here is, whenever I come here, I'm going to set the answer to be empty and set the file references to be empty array. Cool, so that I can reset it every time. And then what I'm going to do here is, let's see. Whenever I click this, I'm not going to immediately set open to be true. Okay, I'm going to set open to be here after I get back some output. Okay, cool. And with that, I'm going to disable the button. Disable equals to loading. Yeah, that's fine. So now if we come back here again and let's refresh, I'm gonna ask what models, or like let's ask a different question, like how does Olama play in this project? So let's see. We should have a nice markdown editor. Cool. So you can see that we have this markdown editor, right, that gives us the information and puts it in a nice kind of format here. Okay, and we're gonna also give the dialog content a class name of small of max width of 80 view width to just make it bigger, right? So we got some more space to play with. All right, and so now let's actually create a new file here to display the files that we reference. So we'll have a code references.tsx, use client, we'll have tsrafe, right, code references, and we're gonna have a list of files which is gonna be of the type of file name, source code, and summary. Okay, and then we'll receive the file references, and then it's really a simple component. Okay, the first thing I'm gonna do here is just let's see, what should I do here? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to just have a tab and set tab to be react.useState. Right, I'm gonna have the first file name. Okay, and then if there is basically no files reference, I'm gonna return null, and the UI is going to be a div with a class name of max width of 70 view width, right? And then we're gonna have tabs, so we can import tabs from add component /UI /tabs. So let's refresh our VS Code because it's buggy again. And this tabs, let's see, we'll have a value of tab on value change to be set tab. Inside here we have a div with a class name of overflow scroll, flex gap of 2, bg gray of 200, padding of 1, and rounded medium. Okay, and then I'm just gonna loop through my files references .map. For each file, I'm literally just returning a vanilla button because I'm gonna give it my own style, right? And my own key of key is file name, and the name, the class name will have let's see, okay, we need to have a conditional, right? So we're gonna have padding x of 3, padding y of 1.5, text SM font medium, rounded MD, transition colors, white space no wrap, and then we're gonna have additional classes. So BG primary and text primary foreground happens if the tab equals to file name. Okay, and if not, we're just gonna have a text muted foreground, and when you hover over it, we have the background muted like this. Inside here we just put the file name, okay, like this, and underneath this div we'll map over the file references .map file, okay, like this. I'm gonna return a tab's content with a key of file.filename and a value of file.filename. The class name will have a max height of 40 view height, overflow of scroll, max width of 7XL, and rounded medium, like this. And in here, let's see what's the issue, blah blah. Oh, here should be map. Cool. And in here is where we put our syntax highlighter with the code block. So let's import that. So we're gonna import Prism as syntax highlighter from React-syntax highlighter. Okay, and then we're gonna import a theme from React syntax highlighter /dist /esm /styles /prism, and there's like a lot of themes for you to choose from, right? You got dark, you got funky, you got Lucario. I'm gonna choose like Lucario, right? Just for fun. And let's actually just render the syntax highlighter, okay? And we'll pass in the file.source code in here. We'll give you a language of Java TypeScript by default, and the style we'll just pass in the theme that we got, right, which is Lucario. Is it Lucario? Yep, Lucario. So with this, if you go back to our ask question card, and if we put the file code references below here and give it some height spacing, and boom, now we got what seems to be a working sample of something working. So as Dionysus, you can see that it immediately gives you back the file reference, right? And I guess something here is not working, right? So when I click on this, let's see, code references, when I click on this, sorry, not here, when I click on the button, obviously you want to set the tab to the file name so that we can then move around like this. and it's perfect, right? You can see that we can now see the answer here, and we can get to see the kind of files that got referenced here. So one more thing is I'm going to save this question, right? So let's go back to our schema.prisma, and let's create the model to actually save the question so that we can reference it later. Okay, we're almost there, guys. You guys are doing really well. So inside here obviously has an ID, created at, updated at. We got a question and we got an answer, right? We got the files references to be just a JSON object. Okay, we got a project ID, right? And then we have the user who asked the question, right? And that's pretty much it. So for the project, let's give it a relation. So we'll have the saved questions to be a list of questions, and then for the user relation, we're gonna say questions asked, like this. Cool. And so with this, we get to have the question. Each question belongs to a project and is asked by a certain user. So let's just migrate this. You already know the drill. Okay, prisma.db push, like this, and then I'm gonna restart my server to update it. Okay, and so now I'm gonna add a button up here so that I can save the question. But before that, I'm just gonna go into my route handler and create that function to save the question, right? So it's really simple. Let's see if this makes sense. So I'm gonna have save answer, or like save answer makes sense. We're just literally gonna have a protected procedure with the input being c.object. What do we want? We want the project ID, which is a string, right? We want the question, which is also the c.string. We want the files reference, right? And this could be z.any. Like, we don't really care because we're gonna just save it into a JSON, right? We're gonna be a mutation, right? And what we're gonna do is literally just create a question, passing in the answer to be input the answer, and input the answer. We need an answer from this as well. And so the user ID obviously is, we can get it from the context of who is asking the question, right? So now that we have this safe answer, right? Let's go back into the code, into ask question card, right? Inside here, you see where we put the logo, which means beside the logo, we want to put the button to allow them to save the answer. And so what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to come down here. Inside this dialog header, I'm going to have a flex items dash center gap of 2. Beside here, I'm going to have a button that has a variant of outline that says save answer, right? And then I'm going to get the mutation out from our endpoint. So save answer equals to api.project.save answer, import API from trpc/react, right? And then when I click on the button, let's see, where is it? When I click on the button, I'm gonna call save answer.mutate, passing in the project ID, question, answer, passing in the question, the answer, and the files that we reference. And then on success, we're just gonna toast.success, saying the answer is safe. If there's an error, we just toast.error it, okay? And then we're gonna disable this button if the saving answer is pending. That means when we're still making the database call on the backend, we're gonna disable the button. So with this, if we then refresh the page, because we restarted the server, right? Let's see if we can save a question now. So I can say, how does Olama play in this project? I'm gonna ask Dionysus. It's gonna return me the answer very fast, right? It's gonna give me the code, and I'm gonna press save answer, and hopefully I get the answer saved, which means that it has been saved into the database, and now we can actually display into the Q&A part. So now let's actually build this Q&A page so that we can display the list of saved answer, and we can have this nice, like super nice slide over displaying our answer and the code references here, right? I really like this UI. So now let's actually move on to that. Okay, so let's actually create the Q&A page to list out all the saved questions that we have. Okay, so come down to the code editor again. Let's clear out everything we have. We did create a QA page just now to test it out, right? So we can reuse it. Perfect. So let's mark this as use client. And before that, actually go back into our TRPC router, and let's actually get questions, right? So this basically, we saved the questions into our database, right? So now let's actually get it out and list it out. So it's going to be a protected procedure, right? Dot input, right? We want to look at the object that we're trying to get, project ID. It's going to be a z.string. It's going to be a mutation. We got to get the context and the input, right? Pretty standard TRPC stuff, right? And then, let's see. What we're going to do is literally very simple. We're just going to return await ctx.db.question.findMany, where project ID equals to input project ID, and we want to include the user, right, who created it, and also what we're going to do is going to order by created to be ascending, right? So we can look at the most recent question on top, right? So let's go back to our Q&A page. Let's get the kind of our project ID from use project, and then we can get the list of questions from API from React.project.get questions, get questions dot use query, we need to be use query instead of mutation. So here, instead of dot mutation, just rename it dot query. Okay, and here we can then do use query, passing in the project ID. Cool. And then now that we have that, we can now create a UI. So the first thing is we're gonna return a big sheet from components/UI/sheet. So this sheet is what kind of what looks like this. So you can then slide something over. So that's what they call a sheet. And then inside here, we're gonna have the ask question card, right? So now we have this ask question card showing up here. And then below here, we're gonna have a spacing of 4 units. And then we'll have a kind of h1, the class name of TextXL, font semi-bold, right, that says saved questions. That's another h4, h2, and then let us give a grid, let's have flex or flex call and gap of 2, this, and in here, let's see, can I just have flex call? Well, it's fine. Yeah, we'll look through all the questions dot map, right? For each question, right, what do we need to do? We're gonna basically return a react.fragment, right, with the key being the index, with the key being the question.id, okay? And then inside here we have the sheet trigger, right? And then actually we want to save which question we are looking at now. So we're just gonna have a question index, and the set question index is gonna be a string as number, right? And we'll get the actual question to be questions index into the question index. Okay, cool. So then on the sheet trigger, on click, what we're gonna do is just set the question index to the index right now. Okay, and in here we're gonna have a div with a class name of flex items-center, gap of 4, bg of white, rounded of large, padding of 4, shadow and border. So this is the card. In here we can have an image, right, with a class name of rounded full, right, and we have a height of 30 and width of 30, and the source is gonna be question.user.image URL, right? And then what we're gonna do here is under the image we're gonna have another div, and this div is gonna have a class name of text-left flex of call. Okay, inside that we have another div with a class name of flex items-center, gap of 2, inside here is where we'll have our paragraph tag that sets our question.question with a class name of text gray 700, line clamp 1, text of large and font of medium. Okay, and then below the P we have a span with a class name of text XS, text gray of 400, white space of no wrap, and then we just have the kind of when it was created at, like this. Cool. And then coming out of the span, coming out of the div, right, we have a P tag, we have the question.answer, right, and we'll give it a line clamp of 1 as well, like this. Okay, with that, I want you to just come outside of this div, but still within the sheet. We're gonna check if there's a question. That means you click on a question. We're gonna have a sheet content, right, with a class name of max width of AD view width, and then with a sheet header and a sheet title of question.question, and in here we'll have a markdown editor .markdown, passing in the source to be the question.answer, right? And then we have the code references, and we just pass in the file references, right? And we'll do this as any, right? Because remember, question.files reference is got a JSON value. So if we do this, now if you click on this, boom. So now we still get our code references and we still get our answer and question, but now we have this saved questions. So I can ask any question like, let's say, let's look at this team index. Let's look at this. So let's ask another question like, let's go into here and say, what services is in the Docker Compose? Question mark. So it should give us an answer, right? So you see, you can able to pull out the Docker Compose or YAML because that's obviously the most relevant file. It's able to generate the answer, right? This is pretty accurate, right? I'll save the answer, right? After I save the answer, I should be able to come down to this project, and now I can see what services is in the Docker Compose because we saved it into our database, right? And actually, after we save our code, after we save our ask question card, we should refetch as well. So let's get the refetch object from use refetch, and after we success, we should just refetch it. And now I can see my stuff here. I can scroll and can see the code, I can see the answer, right? So that's perfect. We built out the UI for the question and answer part. So now we have basically completed everything regarding the asking a question to our AI. So actually, let's remove this ID. I'm not sure why we still have it there, right? It was helpful to debug, but we can remove it now, right? And nice. So we're actually closing in. Let's actually continue. And now let's actually move on to a new segment of working on the meeting card, right? So the main part of this meeting card is the fact that you're able to upload meetings, right? Upload MP3s of your meetings, and we're gonna use a special service called AssemblyAI that helps us transform that takes speech or MP3 and converts it into kind of text and kind of issues and summaries for us to then query on. So it's gonna be a very similar retrieval augmented generation model as our question, but this time instead of looking at code, we are looking at meeting notes. So let's actually get working on uploading the file. Alright, to get started with the meeting card, we obviously need to upload our MP3 somewhere, right? So for that, we're going to be using Firebase storage, which honestly is dead simple to use, and so why not just use something that's easy, right? So let's just get started with Firebase. So come into Firebase, console.firebase.google.com, register an account if you haven't. It's completely free. Let's call it Dionysus-YouTube, accept the terms, blah blah, and press continue. Disable analytics or enable it if you want to, it's up to you. Okay, so while that is waiting, come back to your code, right? So come back to your code in a second. Let's see, we're gonna just close out everything we have right now and come down to your terminal and just install Firebase. And let me see if install Firebase, and one more thing is AssemblyAI. So we're gonna be using AssemblyAI as our kind of audio API provider, right? So while you're waiting for the Firebase thing to load, okay, it's done, I guess. Let's actually just get started. So I'm gonna create a new web project here by clicking web, and just name it whatever you want. I'll just call it like NextJS, and just press register app here. Okay, and then in a minute it's gonna give us some code snippet, right? So we already installed Firebase, right? Then copy this code snippet here, come back down to your code, and basically what we're gonna do is come down to your lib and create a new code called firebase.ts and paste the code in here. So basically what it does is it just initializes your app with your API key and things like that, and your app ID obviously. And one more thing to import is the actual storage, right? So import get storage from firebase/storage, and you just have to export const storage equals to get storage, passing in the application here. Okay, cool. And in the meantime, what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna export out a function that allows you to upload your files. Okay, so I'm gonna export a async function called upload file, right? It's gonna take in a native file object from the web browser API, and we'll take in a set progress, right, parameter, which you can pass in. Basically how it works is, as we're uploading to Firebase, we will keep track of the percentage of how much of the file has been uploaded, and we're gonna basically set the state and call this callback function whenever we get a new update on the percentage. So on the UI, we can display the nice circle icon of the progress of uploading the file. Okay, and then in this function, really what we're gonna do is we're just gonna return a new promise. Okay, and new promise is gonna have a resolve and reject. Okay, and we're gonna do a try catch block. And so if there's an error, obviously we're just gonna console.error, and we're gonna just reject with the error, right? But what we're gonna try to do, is we're gonna get the storage ref to be ref. So ref comes from Firebase storage, so we're getting a reference to that file, right? Passing in the storage object that we got up here, and we'll pass in the file.name, the name of the file. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a upload task, which is gonna be upload bytes resumable from Firebase/storage, passing in the storage ref as well as the file that we're going to upload. Okay, and this upload task gives us a few callback function to call on. So whenever the state changes, right, it's going to give us a snapshot of the state snapshot, right? And this snapshot contains the information like the progress, right? So we're going to do progress equals to snapshot.byte transferred versus the total bytes times 100. This gives us a percentage, and let's just round it to the nearest number. Okay, and then if set progress, so that means if you pass in a callback function, I'll just call the callback function with the updated progress that I received. Cool. And then what we're gonna do is I'm just gonna switch on the snapshot.state. Okay, so if it's paused, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just console.log upload is paused. I'm gonna break out of this. If it's running, I'll just say it's running, and then other than the snapshot, I also get back an error object. And so if there's an error, I'm just gonna reject the promise with the error object, obviously. Cool. And after everything, we're gonna get the kind of file object. That means this callback will be called when the download is finished, or sorry, when the upload is finished. So we're gonna just call the get download URL from Firebase storage, passing in the upload task dot snapshot dot ref, right? And then we're gonna get the download URL, right? That means after we've uploaded our MP3 to Firebase storage, they're gonna give us a URL in which we can access that MP3, right? And then what we're gonna do is with this download URL, we're gonna say just resolve with the download URL. Okay, so to call this function, it's very easy. We can call it from the front end, right? So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna come down to our dashboard page. Instead of this meeting card, let's create a new component called meeting card.tsx. is a use client component, obviously. Okay, and what we're gonna do here is just RAFCE, call it meeting card. Okay, and then we're gonna have a progress state to upload the progress of our file. And one more package that we need is actually bun install react-drop zone. So this just gives us that UI to be able to drag and drop and upload files and allow us to handle it much more easily. Okay, make sense? Cool. So then at this point, how it's gonna work, I'm gonna give you the high level overview of how it's gonna work first. So there's gonna be a UI where people can upload their file, right? So upload here. When they upload here, the first step here is upload to Firebase, right? So that we can then store in the Firebase server owned by Google, and then Firebase server is going to return us with a download URL. So this is the URL of the audio stored on the Firebase server. Then what we're going to do is we're going to save this URL in our database immediately. So we're going to create a meeting object in our database, right? And this meeting object is very simple. It basically has a name and a URL and a bunch of summaries, right? So because a meeting, what we're going to do is we're going to break it down. So if I come back to our example here, let's see if I can find one here. This processing here. So this meeting has a name. It has kind of the date, right? And it has a list of issues. So what are issues? An issue is just a one topic that happened within the meeting. So we're going to use AssemblyAI and AI to basically break down the meeting URL into however many issues there is. And so for each issue, I can see the title, the date, and a specific quote for there's a highlight of this issue, right? So the first step here is we're going to just immediately create a meeting, but we're not going to process it yet. Because what we're going to do here is we're going to just show a processing icon here. So immediately after I upload a meeting to Firebase, I'm going to create a database row. I'm going to set the status to processing, right? So there's going to be an additional status, and this can either be processing or it could be completed, right? So we're going to first initially set it to processing, and then we're going to kick off a API route at /API/process meeting. And this one is going to take in a meeting ID that is a reference to the new meeting here. We're going to then take the URL of the MP3. We're going to then take this URL, and then we're going to put it into AssemblyAI. How do I type here? AssemblyAI, which will then give us back a list of issues, right? And then when we have this list of issues and the summary, we can then update the meeting again to fulfill the status. So then here we put in the real issues, and then we can set the status to be completed, right? Because this process of processing the meeting and uploading to AssemblyAI, this could take like 1 or 2 minutes, right? And obviously we don't want our users to just be sitting here looking at the loading spinner for 2 minutes. We want it to just be show up processing so that they can leave the tab, and when they come back in like 1 or 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 5 minutes, they can just directly access this, and they can always quit and do something else. So that's the kind of the architecture of how we're gonna do it asynchronously. So let's actually continue executing it. Okay. So for now, let's come back to our application. Okay. And for the meeting card, I'm going to just save this first. And I'm going to replace the meeting card with this. And for the meeting card, it's really simple. Okay. We're going to just return a card from components UI. And it will have a class name of call-span-tool, flags of call, items-center, justify-center, and then we have a padding of 10. Actually, no need padding. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to have a state here. So we're going to get a few things from use drop zone. And this use drop zone, we can import it from React drop zone. So this use drop zone mainly gets us the root props and the input props. But the thing is, this drop zone also allows us to customize what kind of files we accept. So in this case, we only accept audio files. So we'll just have a audio /star, right? This is going to just be a let's see. We're going to accept .mp3, .wav, and .m4a files, right? And we're going to say that we only want one file at a time, so multiple will be set to false, right? And say the max size we want is, let's say, what's this number? 50 megabytes, right? So this is going to be 50 megabytes. So let's split it up like this. So 50 million bytes, right? And then what we're going to do is on drop. So when they drop the file, we're going to get the accepted files, right? And then what we're going to do is just console.log it out. So eventually what we're going to do is just call upload file from Firebase and just pass in the file into here, right? So let's see, this file is t/undefined. So this is going to be as file like this, right? And then we're going to get back the download URL. Something like this, right? So obviously this has to be async in this case. So let's build the UI first. Okay. So this card, we're gonna just destructure .get root props like this. And then we're gonna have one more state here called is uploading, right? And then here, when we drop here, we're gonna set is uploading to be true, and then finally we're gonna set is uploading to be false. And then we're gonna have this. So if we're not uploading, right, we're gonna show this UI of a presentation icon asking us to create a new meeting. We're gonna import a button here, and we're gonna have this upload icon here from Lucid React. I'm gonna disable this button when we're uploading. So right now this is how it looks like. We have this thing happening here, right? And let's see if we can fix. There's something wrong with this, obviously. Padding of 10. Does this fix it? Okay, cool. So we had to add this padding of 10 here. Let's remove this meeting card component here. So you can now see that when I click on anywhere within here, it's going to open up a file viewer, and it's only going to accept MP3 files. So that shows that our use drop zone is working. Okay. At this point, if we're not uploading, I'm going to show this. But the thing is, if we are uploading, I want to show a different UI of the circle going to full to show the percentage. And there is actually a library to show that nice circle progress bar, and that is install react-circular-progress bar. Okay, so we're gonna import this, and then we're gonna do is we're gonna come up here and import circular progress bar and build styles from this package library. Okay, we're gonna come down here is, so if it's uploading, what do we want to show? We want to show a div. Inside here, we want to show the circular progress bar, right? And then the value will be obviously the progress, and then the text will be the progress percentage. And let's give you a class name of size of 20, like this. Okay, and then inside this div, under the P, under the circular progress, let's have a paragraph that just says uploading your meeting. Okay, and yeah, that looks good. Let's give it a text center. Cool. So right now, if I just, what happens is, if I upload a file, we're gonna set uploading to be true, which will kick off the progress bar. We're gonna then upload the file to Firebase, and then we're gonna alert the download URL. So let's see if this works. So I'm gonna press upload file. I'll upload my MP3, and now you can see it's happening at 0%, but slowly. Let's see if there's an error. Okay, looks like there's an error from origin has been blocked by course. Let's look at the issue. Okay, I know the issue. We haven't configured our Firebase storage. So come back to your Firebase, right? We skip a few steps. We're gonna press continue console. we're gonna go into storage here, and then we're gonna press upgrade project. So for you it's gonna be free, but because I already have a few projects running, it's going to ask me to upgrade my project. So if you're able to collect a cloud billing account, right, it's going to ask you to whether you want to go in test mode or production mode. You're gonna choose test mode for now. So after you set up the storage, right, you should be able to try this again. So let's come back to our thing here. There's one more style I forgot to apply, which is that this, let's see if this makes sense. There shouldn't be an item center here. I'm not sure why that is here. Okay, so I'm gonna upload a meeting, and now it should slowly show 1%, 2%, 3%, etc. Right? 8%, 17%. I'm gonna fix the styles. I'm not sure why it's not showing up. It should show up. So at 100% it uploads it, and in a while it should alert us with our download URL. And we do. So now if you copy this download URL and visit it, I should be able to see my MP3 file. And I do.
All right, hello everybody, welcome to
file of a meeting.
Like an engineer.
So that means it works. And I'm gonna just fix this because I'm not sure why the styles are not showing. So the styles is going to be build styles, and we'll just have a path color of black, like this, or whatever color you like. Okay, I know I like this color, which is the blue color we have. That's why this works. So if we try again, yeah, now you can see our path color slowly turning 4, 5, 7%. So it proves that we're gonna show the upload progress, right? And it proves that everything works. Cool. And then at this point, after it has uploaded, it's gonna show that show our download URL. Cool. So let's actually go back to our schema, and let's actually create our table to store the meetings. So let's go into meeting, right? Here, let's create a meeting. What we're gonna do is we're gonna have an ID, obviously. We're gonna have a created ad. We're gonna have the meeting URL, which is our Firebase storage URL, right? It belongs to a project ID, obviously. And then we're gonna have a status. So this status can be in two states. It can either be pending or completed. Sorry, processing or completed. So let's give it a default of processing for now. So by default, when you create a project, it's going to be processing. And then lastly, let's see if this makes sense. We need a list of issues, right? So let's create an issue that is returned from AssemblyAI. So issue has an ID, created and ended. It's going to have a start. It's going to have an ending time, right? It's going to have a gist, a headline, a summary, and then we have it belongs to a meeting ID. Okay, and so a meeting has a bunch of issues that we can connect with, and then for a project can have a bunch of meetings like this. So we created two new tables, a meeting table and an issue table. So you know the drill, we need to push up our tables up to our database. And let's also restart our database, our NextJS server. Cool. And so with this, after uploading a meeting, right now we are just windowed alert, right? We don't want that to happen. We want to actually create a meeting. So let's see if we can just go into our project router, and let's have a new function called upload meeting. It's going to be a protected procedure, right? .input. It's going to have a project ID. It's going to have a meeting URL, and we have a default name by default. It's going to be a mutation, getting this context in the input. Okay, and what we're going to do is literally just create a meeting. Const meeting equals await ctx.db, dot meeting dot create, and the data that we pass in is the meeting URL, the project ID, the name, right? Do we have a name? I guess we need a name as well. So that's my bet. Come down to your meeting again, and let's have a name here, and let's also push it up here. Cool. Restart our dev server. So we have a name here, and then that's pretty much it. So we're going to immediately create a meeting, and we're going to set the status to processing by default. Okay, and so now what's going to happen is, let's also, in the meantime, let's also write a function to get meetings, right? So we literally just do the same. We're just getting a protected procedure, getting the project ID, and querying our database for the list of meetings that belong to this project. Okay, cool. And so at this point, I'm going to save this, come back to my meeting card, right? I'm going to get the upload meeting mutation from api.project.uploadMeeting.use mutation, right? So after the URL, I'm literally just going to do upload meeting.mutate, passing in the project ID, the meeting URL. So if there's no project, I'm going to return it. Let's get the project actually from use project. The meeting URL is download URL. So we just have to give it some type. So a string. So we know that this is going to be a string, right? Okay. And then the file could be undefined. So if there's no file, we're going to return. So now we clear out all the errors. We're going to remove the alert. And then on success, we're going to say we uploaded the meeting successfully. If there's any error, we're going to error out. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to just get the router. We're going to get use router. And then we're going to return them to push them to /meetings, right? So that they can see their list of meetings and see that they're processing, right? So with this, hopefully, if we come down here and press upload meeting, here, actually this is too big. Let's see if there's one shorter one. Okay, yeah, 1.4 max. Okay, this is gonna be fast. Upload meeting, and then it should then redirect me to the kind of, okay, I need to refresh the page because I restarted the dev server, but it's using the old code. So I'm gonna try again. I'll upload my short clip. Like this. So it's gonna be uploading, and then it should direct me to /meeting. Cool. So now let's just build out the /meetings list. Okay. So come back to your code. Come back to protected. Create a new meetings. And let's create a new page.tsx. Okay. And we'll use client RAFCE meetings page, right? We already kind of know what's gonna happen. We're gonna get the project from use project, right? And then obviously VS Code's gonna like play with us, but we're gonna import use project, and then we're gonna get the data. We're gonna get the meetings from API React dot project dot get meetings dot use query, passing in the project ID. Right? We can just get a project ID here. And then, since we're on the meetings page, we can just loop through it, right? So I'm just gonna have a refetch interval to be 4,000 milliseconds. So basically this function is gonna keep refetching on the background every 4 seconds to check whether the meetings have finished processing. Okay? We're gonna return something pretty standard. So the first thing we're gonna return is just the meeting card, right? Like this. So at this point, if we come back here, we can now see our meeting card here. And below that, I'm going to give you a height of 6. And then I'm going to have a H1 that says meetings, right? We give you a text of Excel, font of semi-bold, right? And so if there are meetings and meetings.length equals to 0, we're gonna say no meetings found. And if it's loading, we're gonna show a loading spinner. And finally, we're gonna have a UL with a class name. I guess is loading needs to come from this as well. Our untitled list, what's this called? Unordered list will have a class name of divide-y, divide gray of 200. And then we can finally map over our meeting. And we can return a list item with a key of meeting ID. Okay. And then we have a div inside here. Let's see, does this make sense? Does it make sense? Okay, the list item has a class name, okay? And the class name is flex item-center, justify between, padding y of 5, gap dash x of 6. Inside this div, we're gonna have another div. And so within this div, it has a class name of min width of 0, okay? Inside here, I have a flex item center gap 2, okay? And in here, I will have a link to the meeting, right? And the href is going to be /meeting/meeting.id, okay? And then we're gonna just have a class name of text sm, font semi-bold, and text in, that's all. Yep. In the link, we'll just have the meeting.name, makes sense here. And below the link, we're gonna check for the meeting.status. Meeting. Am I tripping? Oh, meeting. Oh my god. Meeting. Okay. Meeting.status. If it's still processing, we're gonna show a UI, right? There's gonna be a batch from component/batch. We'll give it a class name of background yellow of 500, text white, and we'll just say is processing. ... So if we come back to our UI now, we can now see something happening here, right? Let's see what's wrong with our UI. There should be some cards, right? Yeah, it's fine. So after this div, just above the last closing div, right? Above the last closing div, we're going to have a, let's see, we're going to have a div here, and this div will have a class name of flex item center, text xs, text gray of 500, and gap x of 2. In here, we'll have a paragraph with white space no wrap that just tells the meeting dot kind of created at when it was created. And then below the p tag, we'll just have another p tag, right, with a class name of truncate, and here is where we'll just put meeting.issues.length issues. So we need the issues included in the query, so just come back into the get meetings query and just include the issues to be true. This way that we can get the actual issues from the meeting. So right now we can see that if we refresh this, it has 0 issues, which is kind of expected. And finally now, underneath here, underneath all the div here, just kind of above the last list item, we have a div, final div here, with a class name of flex items center, flex none, gap x of 4, and then in here there's a link, right, to the same kind of meeting ID, and we'll have a button here that just says view meeting. Cool. So now if I press on this view meeting, it should bring me to the meeting page, which we have not done yet, which is okay. So now we can successfully shown the list of meetings, and we have shown that it's processing. So now let's actually set up the AssemblyAI to start processing these meetings and create the issues, so that we can go into the final part of viewing these meetings and viewing the issues that come out of these meetings. Cool, good job guys, we are almost there. Keep crushing it, we'll get there soon. Okay, we're on the last stretch here. So Now we're going to implement AssemblyAI. So go to AssemblyAI if you have not done so, and just create a free account, right? And it's completely free. They give you a very generous free tier, right? That even I have not finished using yet, right? You see, I'm on the free offer. They have given me 50 credits. I've only spent like $2, right? So this is really worth it. And so the main point here is you just need to get the API key. So once you have the API key, just go into your .env folder and just come down here and put in your assembly API key, right? With this assembly API key, I'm going to clear out all your files and let's start afresh. Let's start anew, okay? Come down into your lib folder and just create a new file called assembly.ts. So this is where we're going to house all our AssemblyAI logic. And this is a really kind of easy library to use, because all you really need to do, let me show you the magic, okay? Let's see. Let me show you the magic of this. So what you're gonna do is, because you need install AssemblyAI, if you have not, just do sudo bind install install AssemblyAI, right? But we have already done it, so that's fine. So what I'm gonna do is just import AssemblyAI from AssemblyAI, and then I'm gonna have a new client with initialized with AssemblyAI, passing in the API key and making sure that you have the AssemblyAI API key named the same here, right? And then what we're gonna do is just have a function called milliseconds to time, taking in the milliseconds as number. And what we're gonna do is just take the seconds equals to milliseconds divided by 1000, const minutes equals to math.floor, seconds divided by 60, const remaining seconds equals to math.floor mod 60, and lastly you just want to return a templated string of minutes.toString dot pet start 20, and then putting in the remaining seconds pet start 20, like this, okay? And then what the main function here is the process meeting function, right? It's going to take in a meeting URL, right? And let me show you how dead simple the API is. You can just get the whole transcript of the audio by doing await client, the AssemblyAI client .transcripts.transcribe, right? Passing in the audio to be audio URL, right? And then passing in auto chapters to be true, like this. Sorry, meeting URL, right? By passing these auto chapters to be true, I mean there are a lot of other options, right? Sentiment analysis, speakers like summarization, but by passing auto chapters to be true, it will automatically help you classify different issues and summarize what happened during the meeting, okay? And then what we're gonna do is just we're gonna get the summaries. Right, the summary is gonna be transcript.chapters.map. For each chapter, we're just gonna straight up return an object where the start is the milliseconds to time, passing the chapter to start. The same for end. We're gonna get the gist to be the chapter.gist. We're gonna get the headline to be chapter.headline, right? And that's all. And in case there's nothing, we're just gonna return empty array, right? And also if there's no transcript.text, right, we're also gonna throw an error. Lastly, we're just gonna return the transcript, right, as well as the summaries, like this. So we're literally just passing in an audio meeting URL into AssemblyAI, and it automatically gives us AI summarization of whatever he has found. And to test this out, they have kindly given us a example file here, right, like this. And so I can just call, if I do const response equals to await process meeting, passing the file URL, let's look at what the response look like, okay? So the same thing, I'm going to run sudo run source/lib/assembly, right? And if I run this, hopefully it will take a few seconds to process, but then it's going to return us with kind of the summaries and the transcript. So this is the longest part of this running, because we're going to send the audio to their servers, they have to download it, they're going to like run it through their AI model, but in the end we do get it back. So you can see that we get back the transcript as well as the summaries. So the summaries is literally, you can see we have the start time, the end time, the gist, the headline, and the summary, and we get the summary back in an array, and that's already so good, right? So with that, that's all we wanted to test, right? So we can just even remove the transcript here and just straight up return the summaries, which is just gonna be an array of start, end, gist, headline, and summary. So that exactly syncs up with our issue here: start, end, gist, headline, summary. See, that's why I created this table to fit exactly what AssemblyAI has returned us. So with that, I'm going to delete this testing. And now, whenever we're going to create a new API route. So come down to app, right? Come down to API. So remember the drawing that we were having just now? The first step is to upload to Firebase. Then we can create a meeting, which we have done, right? And now what we have to do is we have to hit this /API/process meeting route, right? Getting the URL and creating the AssemblyAI and getting the issues. So now we're at this current phase. So let's go down to API and let's create a new route called process-meeting, and we'll create a root.ts file. Okay? With this root.ts file, it's actually really simple. All we need to do is come down here, and what we're gonna have is, okay, so this root, we're just gonna export a async function called post, because we're gonna make a post request to /API/process meeting, right? So the request is gonna be of type next request, right? Let's reload the window. Okay, and then we're gonna have a body parser, const body parser equals to zot.object, right? We need a few things. We need the meeting URL. We need the project ID, and last but not least, we need the meeting ID. Okay, and so what we're gonna do here is this next request, we can import it, and then we're gonna get the user ID from await auth first, right? So if you're not authenticated, it doesn't make sense for us to even process this route, so we're just gonna kick you off saying that you're unauthorized, right? But if not, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put everything in the try catch block and return a next response in case something happens, and just error it out. So the first thing is just get the response body by doing await request.json. Then we can actually destructure a few things from body parser.parse the body, right? And then we can get the summaries from await process meeting from AssemblyAI, passing in the meeting URL. So this just gives us back the summaries, right? And we can see the shape of the summaries is start, end, gist, headline, and summary. And with this, all we have to do is just do await promise.all summaries .map. Actually no, we can just await db issue create many, right? The data will be summaries .map for each summary. We're just returning a start for summary.start with the end, the gist, the headline, and finding the meeting ID, like this. Boom. So in this way, we're gonna wait for this. This is gonna take like 1 or 2 minutes, but the moment we have that, we're gonna create all the issues and we're gonna link it to the meeting ID, right? Make sense? And then we'll just return a next response saying that this is successful. And one more thing, when we deploy to Vercel, by default, this function will time out after like 10 seconds, right? Which you don't want to. And that's why we're gonna export a const max duration, and this is free, by the way, and this will set to 5 minutes. So the function won't time out until 5 minutes later, which is ideal. So at this point, we are basically done with this, right? And so now we just have to go back into our right here, and after we have that, we have to update our meeting, remember? So we have to update the meeting ID such that the status is now completed, and we want to give it a new name to be summaries, the summaries at index 0. We want to give it the headline. So we're just gonna rename the meeting based on the AI generated summary, okay? And we're gonna set it to completed as well. And so with that, everything looks good. Everything looks good. We just need to call this function, right? So come down into your meeting card, okay? At this point, what do we need to do? We need to create a new mutation in here called const process meeting equals to use mutation. So we're importing this directly from Tensec query, right? The mutation function is going to be an async, right? And we need a few things, right? We need the, we need the meeting URL to be a string. We need the meeting ID, and obviously we need the project ID. What we're gonna do is then we're gonna call const response equals to await axios dot post /API /process meeting, passing in our meeting URL, right? So we can see we need meeting URL, project ID, and meeting ID. So meeting URL, meeting ID, and project ID makes sense. And then we just return response data like this. So let's see what's the issue here. Here actually we have to wrap everything in a data block like this, and then we destructure everything from this data. Make sense? So then to call this process meeting function, we call it after we have gotten the after we have pushed them to /meetings. So immediately we're gonna call process meeting dot mutate async, right? Passing in the meeting URL, the meeting ID, right? So on success here, let's see. Do we get a meeting ID? We do. Let's see. Where do we get a meeting ID? I'm not meeting. Does it make sense? Yep. Okay. So upload meeting, it returns us with a meeting, right? So this meeting, let's see. We have to go into upload meeting. We have to return the meeting itself so that we can access it here, this meeting. And then we can pass in here meeting.id and project.id. Cool. So after we upload to Firebase, it will immediately kick us to /meetings, but it will also immediately kick off the process meeting function, right? And so now if we come back here, let's actually restart our server and let's try it out this time. Let's restart this and let's come back to our localhost 3000. Let's try it. So let's ignore this, okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press upload meeting. I'm gonna upload my short summary here. Let's see, do I have it here? Cool. If I upload this, you can see 19%. So this uploads to Firebase, right? It kicks us to /meeting, and we should be able to see our new meeting here. And you can see that we are rendering our /process meeting, right? We should be able to see /API /process meeting here. Okay, I guess we make an error here. So this is a 404. So let's see why. So route process meeting. Wait, did I make a typo? /API /process meeting. Oh, silly mistake. So you see I put it into the server's API. It shouldn't be in the server API. It should be the app directories API. So come down to your app, this API folder here. Module not found. Let's see why this is the case. So let's just create the process meeting here instead, manually. Okay, that's a silly mistake, root.ts. Let's just copy over the current root.ts. Here, let's copy this over. Right, we don't need this function anymore. And so now let's try again. So if I upload a meeting here, we should be able to see upload, and soon enough we should be able to see /API /process meeting being hit. Okay, /API /process meeting. We're able to see our thing processing, and slowly what's gonna happen is we're gonna see that if we give it a few minutes, it's gonna process it, it's gonna create the issues, it's going to update the issues to be it's gonna update the status to be completed, and then this is no longer gonna be processing and it's gonna be clear. And then at that point we can go into the meeting nodes. So let's just give it a few minutes while we wait. Okay, so I made one little mistake. While we are creating the issues, that shouldn't actually be the project ID, right? Because all we need is, if you come back to our schema Prisma, we are only looking at the meeting ID. We don't need a project ID. So that was throwing an error. But hopefully now, if I just let's try again. So upload meeting, come down here, And let us just upload this. Okay, let's wait for it to process, and then it should refetch after it uploaded. Nice. Okay, cool. And in the meantime, let's add a delete button beside this to delete the meeting. Okay, so let's come down to our meeting page, and going down to your project, let's create a new function called delete meeting that just takes a meeting ID and just deletes it, right? Pretty simple Prisma query. And then come down here, beside the view meeting, let's also have a button that calls the delete meeting function, right? So we'll just delete this meeting, and then on click, we're just going to just delete it like this, and we're gonna call delete meeting. Okay, but this is a little too big, so for the both of the buttons, I'm gonna give you a size of SM, this too. Okay, cool. And so now if I press, oh, by the way, here look, we have finished processing it, and that's why the processing button is off. So let us do this. So is disabled while delete meeting is pending, right? And obviously after I successfully deleted it, I'm going to toast and refetch it as well, and we can get the refetch function from our refetch hook. So I can delete this, and nice. So now if I view the meeting, nothing happens because we are in this URL that we have not rendered here. So let's actually render this, shall we? So what we're gonna do here is just come down here, go into our meetings, create a new folder with a bracket meeting ID like this, and we're gonna create a page.tsx. We're gonna have our tsrafce. This is gonna be the meeting details page, right? And here we're gonna have a params. This is going to be this params is going to be a promise. So this is a new NextJS 15 feature, right? In NextJS 15, you can no longer just straight up destructure the params. You need to is wrapped in a promise. So in the promise is where you can get your meeting ID, which matches whatever's in the bracket here. And then what you can do is just destructure the params, and you can get that meeting ID equals to just await params await params like this, and you have to mark this as a server component. So if you have this, you can then render the meeting ID. If I come back here, we can now see that the meeting ID corresponds to what I have on the URL. Make sense? So now we can actually render the list of issues. Okay, I'm gonna create a client component here that just kind of shows the issues list.tsx. It's gonna be a use client component, right? That's gonna take in a prop. The props is gonna have the meeting ID. Meeting ID. It's gonna be a string, and then we'll just destructure the meeting ID. Go into your project. We want to get the issues from the meetings, right? So we're gonna say get meeting by ID, right? We're gonna get the meeting ID, and we're just gonna return the meeting that matches the ID, including the issues, right? So if you come back here, we can then get the meeting like this, and we can just refetch it if we want to, which makes sense, okay? And so finally, we're gonna render this inside our meeting page. We're gonna return a issues list, passing in the meeting ID, so everything is good. And finally, in the issues list, now let's actually map through it. So if it's loading or there's no meeting, we're just gonna return a loading indicator. If not, I'm gonna return a div with a class name of heading of 8, and then in here what we're going to have is another div. Let's see if this makes sense. With a class name of mx auto, flex max width of 2xl, items dash center, justify between, gap dash x of 8, border bottom, padding bottom of 6, large of mx0, large max width of none. Okay, in this div we're gonna have another div with a class name of flex, items dash center, gap dash x dash 6, right? In this, we have another div with a class name of rounded full, border, background of white, padding of 3, and here is just where we put a video icon. And in here, underneath the div, we're gonna have a h1 that shows the meeting.name, right? Sorry, yeah, like this. Sorry, no, in the h1, this has no class name actually. Inside there has a div here that says class name of text sm, leading of 6, text gray of 600, and then in here we're gonna have meeting on, so we're gonna put a timestamp of meeting.created@.toLocale date string, like this. Okay, and underneath the div we'll have another div with a class name of margin top of 1, text base, font semi bold, leading of 6, text gray of 900. Inside here we'll have the meeting.name. So let's see how it looks like right now. Cool, that makes sense, like this. And then we're going to come down here below this below the second closing div, basically here. Does it make sense? Yeah, outside of the h1, outside of the div. And then here, actually no, everything's fine. We want to come out all the way to the let's see, the outer div. So there's one more div left over here with a height of 4, and in here we're gonna have a div with a class name of grid calls of 1, gap of 3, small, grid calls of 3, and then we'll have meeting.issues.map, right? For each issue, right, what are we gonna do with it? So we're just gonna return a issue card. So let's create a new component hit below here, function issue card. Okay, and we'll return issue card. So we're gonna get router outputs, right, by this, and then we'll have a non-nullable like this. So this gives us the type of the issues, right, which is the meeting ID, summary, start, and just headline. So right now we can see that there's only one issue, I guess, right? And then for the issue card, what do we do with this issue card? We're literally just gonna have a card here. Inside the card we have a class name of relative, we have a card header, card title with a class name of textxl, with the issue.gist, okay, with a border bottom div, and then with a card description. Inside it has the issue.headline, right? Outside of the card header, we have the card content. Inside the card content, we have a button, right, that says details. Okay, let's see if this makes sense. Yeah, okay, makes sense. So the button inside will have a details. On click, we want to set open to be true. Okay, and where do we get this set open? We have to create our state, because we will have a dialog that opens up here. So let's put everything in this fragment so that we can have a dialog with open and open change. Let's have a dialog content, dialog header, and dialog title like this. And within here, pretty easy. So actually no, dialog header, dialog title, makes sense, issue.gist, and then inside, after this, dialog description, let's put the issue.headline. So let's see how it looks. Right, we can see I can press details, right, and we see the issue and the description. And finally, we're going to just have underneath the description, we can have a paragraph tag that just has the issue dot let's see, headline. So if this headline, this will be the creator ad dot to local date string. Okay, and this just have a text gray of 600, and then underneath here we'll give a block quote. This block quote has a class name of margin top of 2, border left of 4, border gray of 300, background gray of 50, padding of 4, right? And then inside here we have a span, right? There's a class name of text SM, text gray of 600. Inside here we have the issue.start to issue.end to show the timestamp, and underneath the span we have a p tag with a class name of font medium, italic, leading relaxed, text gray 900, and this will be the issue.summary. So let's see how it looks. Cool. So we have this nice block quote thing. I think it looks nice, looks great. And then once we have this, that's pretty much it. So then obviously, because this is a very short clip, but if you have a longer clip, like this is 1 minute, right? But if you have a 30-minute clip, from what I show you in the demo, you will have like 16 different issues that will show up here. So right now this has only one issue, but if you have a longer meeting, this will have more issues, and you can then look through the details here. Yeah, cool. So that's awesome. We have finished the meetings page. We can upload stuff. We can use AssemblyAI to generate summaries, and most importantly, we can look at details and catch up on the meetings that we missed out on. That's great. So we're literally only left with the final part, which is implementing the billing and implementing the credit system with Stripe. So let's complete that in the next section. Alright guys, we're almost done, but before we move on to the last part of Stripe, let's actually get this done first. So we need to show the team members ability to invite people and a button to archive the project so that it doesn't show up in case you're doing some testing. Okay, so let's come down to the archive button because it's the easiest to do, right? What I'm gonna do is just come down to our code editor. Let's see, code editor. Let's clear up everything we have here first. Come back to our project.ts router, and let's just have a archive project, right? That takes a project ID, and you just update it so that you set the deleted ad to be today's date. And remember, because when we did get projects, right, we were filtering out by deleted ad. So naturally, if we set the create deleted ad to be a non-null value, this is automatically going to be filtered out on the sidebar. Okay, so if we save this, okay, and if you come back to our dashboard page where we have this archive button, let's create a new component called archive button.tsx. Use client RFCE archive button, and we have an archive project to be an API React .project.archive project.use mutation. We'll just have a button here, right, that when you click on it, right, we're gonna say const confirm equals to window.confirm. Are you sure you want to archive this project? And if they confirm, we're gonna get the const project ID from use project. You already know, right? And that's pretty much it, right? And then if it's successful, we'll give a toast. If there's an error, we'll give an error state, and immediately after that we'll just have to refetch it so that we can update the sidebar and refetch like this. So if you come back here to our button, let us have a disabled to be archive project.isLoading, is pending, I mean, and we'll have a size of small and a variant of destructive. So let's come back here. Instead of doing this, let's have an archive button, and let's see how it looks like. Cool. So if I press archive, it should ask me to confirm. If I do, you can now see on the sidebar it's gone, right? So let me archive the projects that are tests. Boom, boom, boom. Damn, we have a lot of test conversations, but it's alright. That's what the archive button is for. So we're gonna slowly kind of delete them side by side. Delete this. Refresh. And okay, cool. So we're just left with this tree. Nice. We can work with that. So now let's actually have an invite button. So come down here. Come down to your code editor. Let's create a invite button.tsx. Use client RAFCE invite button. So the invite button is going to be pretty simple. It's mainly just returning a dialog. So we just need a project ID first. Use project. And we also need an open state and a set open state for the dialog. And we just want to return a dialog here. And open on open change. And let's have a dialog content, a dialog header, a dialog title. You know the drill, right? And then under here, inside the content, and we have a p tag that says class name of text small, text grade of 500. Say, ask them to copy and paste this link. Okay, and then below that we have an input field that we import. The thing is, it's going to be just read only. We have a class name of margin top of 4. When we click on this, right, what do we want to do? We want to do navigator.clipboard.write text. What do we want to write? So we're gonna write the window.location.origin /join /project ID. And we're gonna just toast.success copy to clipboard. And then the value of this is going to just be the same URL. And below that, we'll have a button that triggers this. Invite member. Import this button. A small button like this. And so now if I import this button and use this invite button, I should press this button now, and now I can say ask them to copy this, and we get the correct link here. So obviously if I go to the link now, there's nothing, we haven't linked out the functionality, so let's do that now. So come down to your sidebar and come under, come under protected and do join, and inside here we have a join project ID and a page.tsx. So inside this we just have a tsrafce join handler. So remember what we need. We need to have a params, but this params is going to be a promise that returns a project ID. So we just need to call const project ID equals to await props.params, right? Await the promise. We have to mark this as async, but it's okay because all we need to do is just as they join. Let's see, does this make sense? So we don't need to return anything. We just need to make sure that we have a user ID, await auth, right? I'm gonna get a database user equals to await db.user from database dot find unique where ID equals user ID. So if there's no user ID, obviously we just redirect to sign in, right? So we're gonna get a client equals to await clerk client. We're gonna get the user equals to await client.users.get users, to get user passing the user ID. And then if we have no database user, that means that this is a new user into our system, we should create a user for them. .create, passing in the email address, image URL, first name, last name, like this. And then outside of this, we're gonna get the project here by the project ID that we've got passed in here. If there's no project, we're gonna return them to the dashboard, right? And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna just do a try catch. So we're gonna try to do db.user.project.create. That means we're gonna link the users, the new user with the project. And then obviously it's just gonna be a project ID and the user ID, right? And if there's an error, that means that they are already in the project. finally, we're just going to return redirect to /dashboard. Like this. Cool. We don't need this. This makes sense, right? So, if I do this, if I copy this, I go here, because I'm already in here, I should just immediately be kicked back to my dashboard, which I do. Cool. But if I have another friend and he logs in, he should be able to join here. And how do we know who our team members are, right? We can just come to the team members component here. So come back to our project, and we're just gonna get the get team members, right? And it's just going to be the project ID, and we're literally just gonna get the user to project finding many, where the project ID equals project ID, and we're gonna get the users included in this. So this basically returns us with a list of users that is in a particular project. We're gonna come down here to our dashboard page. Here we're gonna have a team members.tsx. Use client RAFCE. You already know the drill. We have done this so many times. We need the project ID equals to use project. We need the data.members to be API React .project.get members, and we just want to map over them. Instead of showing that, we just want to show the kind of their image. So let's have a div with a class name of flex items center gap of 2 members.map. For each member, we're going to return an image with a key of member.id, the source of image URL. The out will just be their first name, and the class name, like this, let's give it a size of 30. So height of 30, width of 30, right? And so if we use this component, we should be able to see the list of members. And obviously, if there are more members and you send people the link, they will be able to join this project and see everything here, as well as use the question and answer bots. But you also see the avatars here. So this is how you implement kind of project settings and member invitation through this kind of architecture. So yeah, we're done with that. And now we're going to go back to the last part, which is setting up Stripe. Alright, so now we're in the last part of the project. So let's actually integrate Stripe into this. So go into your Stripe dashboard and sign up for a free account if you have not already. When you log into Stripe, you'll be able to come down to your top left corner and just create a new account within here. And so we're going to create a new Dionysus-YouTube account and choose your country of operation. It doesn't really, it depends on where you stay. And so after you come in here, you're going to press on developers, and what you're going to do is just going to go into your API keys and review your public secret key and your publishable key. You're going to need this to go into your .env folder, and you need three things. You need a Stripe secret key, you need a Stripe publishable key, and you need a Stripe webhook secret. So we got a publishable key here, we got a secret key here, and now we need a webhook secret. But it's okay, we'll handle that later. The first thing you have to do is just come to your terminal and just install Stripe. Okay? With Stripe installed, come down to your folder and create a /lib. Under the /lib, create a stripe.ts, and inside here you're gonna have a use server directive, right? And you're gonna import Stripe from Stripe, and you're gonna have a const Stripe equals to new Stripe, passing in the Stripe secret key, right? And the API version, just choose whatever is auto completed for you. Okay, so how this is going to work here is, okay, let me show you the demo. If I create a new project and I give you a name, like let's say something like this, I press check credits, I'm gonna say how much credits I'll be charged for the repository, and this number is basically how I'm getting, which is the number of files that is within the project. So before I actually create a project, I need to actually get the amount of files within it and to check whether they have enough credit left. And so we have a credit system based on this. Okay, So we're going to allow them to buy credits as well, right? So each credit is going to be, every 50 credits is going to be $1. And we'll just allow them to buy like this. And we're going to keep track of how much credit they have bought just for audit trail, okay? And every time they create a project, we're literally just going to deduct the credits from their account. So it's a really simple implementation, but I really like it. So it's very simple because we have the async function, create checkout session from Stripe, and we're going to say how much credits are we trying to check out, right? So the first thing is I'm going to get the user ID to be await auth. So let's restart our VS Code. Okay. Await auth from Clerk. If there's no user ID, obviously we know that it's unauthorized. And we're just going to have a session to be await stripe.checkout.sessions.create. The payment method types, right, is only going to be card. Okay. For the line items, right, we're going to have only one item in the array. The price data is something we determine ourselves. The currency is USD. The product data, okay, the name is going to be credits, Dionysus credits. So if they're trying to buy 10 credits, it's going to show up as 10 Dionysus credits, okay? The unit amount is going to be math.round, right? We're going to have credits divided by 50 times 100. So because this is in cents, right? If they're trying to buy 50 credits, we need to divide it by the amount of credits per dollar and then multiply by 100 cents. Okay, hope this makes sense. And then outside of this, we're just going to have a quantity of 1, okay? And lastly, the customer creation, we'll always set it to always. The mode will be payment, okay? And then, other than that, we'll have a success URL to be next public app URL, right, /create, and for this is /billing. So we need this next public URL environment variable. So let's come down here to be localhost 3000. But when we deploy on Vercel later, this is going to be something.vercel.app. So keep note of this. And lastly, we're going to have a client reference ID so that we know who made the purchase, which is the user ID.toString. And finally, we want to have metadata to keep track of how many credits they actually bought, right? So later in the webhook, we know who bought it and how many credits they bought that. And then we're just literally going to return a redirect to session.url, like this. Cool. So with this, let's see. We have the Stripe payment, right? If you come back to our localhost 3000 here, if you come down to billing, let's go down to billing and let's create a billing page. So under app here, under protected, let's see, let's create a billing section and have a page.tsx. So under the billing page is really simple. We just have a use client, and then we have a RAFCE, and this is our billing page. Okay, the first thing is we need to know how many credits the user has. So let's come down to the project and let's get my credit, which is super easy because I just need to get the user by the logged in context user's ID and get the credits out. And with this, I can get my credits from API React like this. Okay, and then I can have a credits to buy, set credits to buy, and this is going to be the slider from from Shadcn. So we're gonna initially just have 100, right? So this is going to be a number array, okay? And so credits to buy amount equals to credits to buy index 0, and this is always going to be true. And the price is going to be credits to buy amount divided by 50, right? .to fixed 2. So this 50 is just how much credits it will cost per dollar, okay? And then finally, we can just return a div with a h1 inside here saying billing. h2 as a spacer, and we just want to show how much kind of credits they are left with. So text sm, text gray 500, and I say you currently have credits, credits.credit credits, right? Because this credits is actually a user object, so maybe we can just name it to user. So then we can do user.credits. Make sense? So if we save this right now and we come back here, you can see that I currently have 150 credits. Cool. And now let's actually create a slider. Okay, we'll have a height tool again. And let's actually have a disclaimer. Okay, and I'll just copy the disclaimer down here. There's nothing important here. You can just always copy this, right? But I'm just giving a description of each credit allows you to index one file in a repository, and if your project has 100 files, you need 100 credits to index it. Okay. And then under this disclosure, we'll have a height of 4, and we're gonna have a slider from component slider. We're gonna have a default value of 100, a max of 1000, a min of 10, a step of 10. Right, on value change, we're going to get the value. We're going to set credits to buy equals to that value, and the actual value is going to be credits to buy. Okay, we're going to have a height of 4 again, and then we have a button, right? And this button, when we click on it, what do we want to do? We want to lead them to the Stripe checkout page, right? So we'll have a create checkout session, passing in the credits to buy amount, and we're going to say buy credits amount for the price. And finally, now this works. So if we slide around, we can see the number here. And if we click on this, it should hopefully redirect us to a Stripe page here, specifying the amount of credits and the price here. So this is fully dynamic. If I choose like 10 credits for 20 cents, let's see the issue. Okay, so the checkout say that I must at least have 50 cents, which is okay. So let's put it like 190. We can see that it still works. Cool stuff. Okay, so at this point we want to keep a collection of when they purchased it. So let's come down to our schema.prisma. Let's have a model of Stripe transaction. Okay, so the Stripe transaction is only just to keep track of has an ID. Obviously we're gonna see who bought it, so we have a user ID, and we're gonna have a credit, so how much credits they bought. And this is gonna obviously be linked to a user. So we're gonna say Stripe transactions here. So each user can have made multiple transactions. Therefore, I'm gonna just do db push. Let's restart this server. Okay. And so at this point, if I refresh, so right now I have 150 credits, right? I'm gonna set up a webhook in Stripe to basically allow me to just kind of how to say, when I click on this and they enter a test amount or like whatever amount, they're gonna send me a webhook, right? I'm gonna receive that webhook. So the webhook is going to live in. So come down to app, come down to API, right? And I'm gonna create a new webhook folder. I'm gonna create a Stripe folder. I'm gonna create root.ts. So this corresponds to /API/webhook/Stripe. Okay? And I'm going to go into my middleware.ts and just add this webhook to the public roots. Okay? With this, I'm going to come down here to here. And what I'm going to do here is come down to your Stripe account. Okay? Come down to event destinations. And you can just do create an event destination and press test in local environment. So the first step is to download the command line interface. You can do it through just following the instruction. But since I have it, I'm just going to run Stripe login here to log in. And then, let's hope. Okay, they need my authenticator app. So I'm going to pause this for a little bit. So after you have granted Stripe access to the local webhook, what you're going to do is just close the terminal, come back to your code, right? And look for the kind of webhook secret later. Okay, so you can clear this out, right? And then you can run Stripe listen, right? That's just forward to localhost 3000 /API/webhook/Stripe. Okay, or whatever kind of Stripe webhook you set up. but it must match here. Okay, press enter, so it's gonna try to listen it, and you're gonna get the webhook secret. Note this down, come down to your .env and just copy the webhook secret in here. Okay, and now in your webhook stripe, you just have to get a post request from webhook. Let's see, and the first thing is we're gonna get the body equals to await request.text. Okay, so this is going to be a request object. We're going to get the signature, which is the webhook signature, await headers from NextJS dot get stripe dash signature as string. Okay, and we'll have an event to be stripe dot event. Okay, we're going to do a try catch block, so we're going to set the event to be stripe dot webhooks. So how do we get a stripe? We need a stripe to be from new stripe, passing in your secret key and the API version. Right, we already have the secret key. So stripe.webhooks.construct event, passing in the body, the signature, and the webhook secret that you have entered from this kind of terminal. And if there's an error, that means that the webhook secret is wrong. That means someone is trying to do some unauthorized access to your webhook, so you should just return the error. And so at this point we have the error, the event. We're gonna get the session, right? So session equals to events.data.object as stripe.checkout.session. Okay, we're gonna just console.log event.type. Okay, so we're gonna check for only one event. Very simple. If event.type equals to checkout.session completed, okay, we're gonna get the amount of credits that the user bought, right? Which we have put in the session.metadata.credits. So remember when we check out our Stripe, let's see, right? We put the credit into metadata. We can now retrieve it here, okay? And now we need the user ID equals to session.client reference ID, right? So this client reference ID is the user ID that person used to initiate the checkout. At this point, we're gonna say if there's no user ID or no credits, we're gonna say something went wrong. If not, we're gonna do db.stripe transaction, right? Gonna create a session, passing in the user ID and how much they bought this time. And then we're also gonna update the user, right? And for the credits, we're literally gonna increment them by the amount of credits they have. So these credits come from here. So imagine they bought 5 credits. So we're gonna increment the current user's credits by, let's say, 5. So this is exactly what it does. And then in the end, I'm gonna just return a next response saying that the credits has been added successfully. And that's pretty much it. So now let's actually try it out. If I come back here, and if I go back here, and I'm going to buy, so right now I have 150 credits. So if I buy 250 credits, I should have $400, right? Sorry, it's 400 credits. So let's try this. I'll put in the fake data. Put the card. I'm gonna press pay. So hopefully I should see some 200. Okay, so you can see that we got the checkout session created, and we got redirected to our create page. And if I go into my billing, you can now see I have 400 credits. So cool, it worked on the first try. That means now we can properly use the credits to evaluate and kind of use that credit system. Cool. Okay, so now that we have credits, now let's actually implement the system here. So whenever they put a project name GitHub URL, we don't want to actually create a project directly. We want to show them how much credits it will cost to actually create a project and allow them to confirm it. And obviously if they don't have enough credits to buy, to actually create a project, we will have to force them to kind of buy more credits, okay? So the hardest part is actually finding out how much credit a project is worth, okay? So to do this, I'm gonna come down to my GitHub loader class. Remember the GitHub loader, right? I'm gonna write a function, right, that is literally gonna say const check credits, okay? This check credits is gonna take in a GitHub URL and optionally a GitHub token, okay? So the main purpose here is to find out how many total files are in the repository. And there is an API from AutoKit. So the first thing is actually initializing AutoKit to be new AutoKit, passing in the GitHub token, that we can import here, right? And then we can then do const GitHub owner equals to the third item when we split, and the GitHub repo will be the fourth item when we split. If no GitHub owner or GitHub repo, we're gonna return 0, right? And now we're gonna get the file counts. How do you actually get the file counts? We're gonna need to write a recursive function here, okay? Const get file count. Okay, it's going to take in a path, which is a string, an octokit object, which is an octokit object here, a GitHub owner, which is a string, a GitHub repository is a string, and because it's a recursive function, we need an accumulator to keep track of how many total files we've seen. Okay, the first thing is we're gonna get the data from await octokit octokit.rest.repos.getContent, passing in the owner to be GitHub owner, the repo to be GitHub repo, and the path to be path. Then we're gonna check if it's not an array. So if the data is not an array, and the data.type equals to file, we're going to add 1 to the accumulator and just return it. But if it is an array, that means there are subfolders within the main folder, right? We then need to get the file count to be 0. We need to have a list of directories to visit. And then what we're going to do is for const item of data, right? We're going to check if item.type equals to dir. That means it's a directory. That means we have to recursively get into this directory. So we're going to push this into our directories folder. If not, we're just going to increase the file count by 1. And finally, after the for loop, if we have more than one directory that we went through, we need to get the directory directory count by doing await promise.all, right? Getting the directories.map, getting the dir path, and we have to call the get file count again, passing in the dir path this time, the same octokit function, the GitHub owner, and we have to pass in a 0. Okay? And then finally, we can do file count plus equals to directory accounts reduce, and we just reduce it. And then finally, outside of this if, we just return accumulator plus file count, and the entire base case of the recursive function, we just return the whole accumulator. Okay, cool. So you just need to know that this function works. I spent like a few hours trying to make this work and work with the GitHub API. I'm just giving it out to you for free here, right? If you want to investigate further, you can just ask kind of ChatGPT of how this works. But yeah, so if you put in a kind of GitHub URL here, we're gonna tell you how many files we're gonna get. So with this, we can then just get the const file count equals to await get file count. We're gonna pass in an empty string here, the octokit object owner, and we're gonna start with 0, and we'll just return a file count here. Okay, cool. And then finally, at this point, we can go back into our create project. Because it's not immediately that we want to create, right? So we're gonna create a project, another function here called check credits. Okay. This check credits is going to take in the exact same stuff, but it's going to call this check credits function, passing in the GitHub URL and GitHub token. Okay. And then what we're gonna do is we're also going to get the const credits needed, or we can just get the file count. We're gonna get the user credits, right? And we're gonna get back the credits, the user credits to be user.credits, user credits.credits or 0. So basically, this file count, it signifies how much credits is needed to actually process this repository, and we also need to get how much credits does the user currently have. Okay. So with this function, let's come down to our create page. We need to make some modification, because when we submit, no longer we need to just submit. We need to call this check credits function, right? Use mutation, use mutation, right? And so what this is on this submit. So we're gonna check, right? If that is check credits.data, right? That means we have initiated a credit pool. What we're gonna do is we're gonna create a project, okay, like this. But if we have no credit pool, that means this is our first time checking credits. We need to do check credits dot mutate, passing in the GitHub URL and the GitHub token, okay, and then we return true like this. And then underneath here, we're just gonna showcase the data. So we're gonna show here below the, just above the create button here, okay. So obviously, if there is check credits.data, we're gonna showcase this information. So we're gonna showcase a disclaimer. So it's the same disclaimer we have showcased before, but we're gonna say you'll be charged with the file count amount of credits, and we're gonna check for the user credits, and we're gonna say that you have how many user credits remaining. So if I do this and I enter a GitHub repository like this, when I press create project, okay, let's see, you'll say that you'll be charged 56 credits and I have 400 credits remaining. So that means it works, right? So I'm also going to showcase for this button here, I'm going to disable it if it's create project or check credits dot is pending, like this. And so obviously, if check credits.data, we're gonna say create project. If not, I'm gonna ask for check credits. So this way that if initially, right, we're gonna say check credits, right, because we have not pulled the credit yet. But after pulling the credit, we're gonna allow them to create a project. But how do we know if they have enough credits, right? So for example, here, we're gonna have a variable here that says cons has enough credits to be check credits dot data dot user credits. So if I have user credits, I'm gonna get the check credits dot data dot file count is lesser or equals to the user credits, meaning that the credits needed to create this project is lesser or equals to the amount of credits I have. And if not, I'm gonna default to true, okay. And so obviously, if I don't have enough credits, I'm going to disable this button, not enough credits, okay. But in this case, obviously I have enough credits, so I won't disable it. And then finally, when I press create project, right, let's go into our project stuff here. When we go into create project, we need to check whether we have even enough credits, right? Because not only do we need to do front-end validation, we also need to do back-end validation. So here, what we're gonna do here is just call, we can get the user, right, and we're gonna get the user credits. And so if there's no user, we'll throw an error. We're gonna get the current credits equals to user credits or 0. So we're gonna get the file count equals to await check credits, passing the GitHub URL and token. And so if current credits is less than the file count, that means we have insufficient credits, so we're gonna throw an error. And then finally, if everything is good, we will just continue this, okay. And then at the end of this, we need to update the user credits to decrement it by the file count, okay. So hopefully this makes sense. And so if we run this, if we say test credits, I'm gonna say create project. So I have 400 credits remaining, right? So hopefully if this works, after creating this project, I will have about 344 credits left, right? So let's give it a while to load. You can see project created successfully. And now if I go back to my billing, I now have 344 credits, right? So now it proves that this works, right? Test credit works. And I can also create a project. Let's try again. So let's try this. Okay, say you'll be charged 7 credits. I have 344 credits left. And so if I create this project, I'll be left with 337 credits, right? And boom. And slowly but surely, we'll continue using up my credits until we have no more credits. At which point, I can then buy more credits. So congratulations, you have made this work, right? You have made this work you're able to collect money, you're able to have a credit system, and allow them to upload it. So the last step is to deploy this. Alright, so let's deploy this now. So first, come back into our project, go to your next config. Okay, you're gonna need a few things. You're gonna have to have a ESLint to ignore during builds. You also can have a TypeScript to ignore build errors to be true. Okay, with this, you're gonna come down to your github.com/new, and you're gonna create a new repository called just a kind of random repository name. I'm gonna put it private for now. I'm gonna create a repository. We're gonna upload our code up to GitHub. Okay, so the first step here, let's just follow the instructions. So I'm gonna just stop my entire server running. I'm gonna do git add all, git commit -am initial commit. Okay, and then I'm gonna add my origin here. I'm gonna push my changes up to the repository. So pretty standard stuff. And so after this, if I refresh the page, I should have my repository here. Let's go to Vercel and let's actually create a new project. So I can just see my Dionysus-YouTube was just added recently. Okay. My environment variables, right? I'm gonna copy in everything I have from my .env here, and just copy it in here. The only thing I need to change here is my public URL. I need to change it to probably Dionysus-YouTube.vercel.app, right? It may depend. We don't know, right? And one more thing here is the webhook secrets, right? So come under your Stripe webhook, create a new destination event, right? We need to have Dionysus-YouTube.vercel.app/API/webhook/Stripe, and we're gonna listen to all the events here, just in case. And then we'll just add the events. The issue is because we need this webhook secret to copy this for production, we're going to replace the webhook secrets. So there's only two things you need to replace, remember? The next public URL and the Stripe webhook secrets for production. So hopefully this is going to deploy, it's going to build, it's going to be successful on first try. It has never been on first try, what am I saying? But I can only pray. And so after it has deployed, let's come back together and let's see if this will work. Okay, of course there's an issue. So it's saying that there's an error pre-rendering dashboard because the window is not defined, which is expected. So if you come back to dashboard, the reason why it's saying that is because when we are doing, let's search for window, where we're doing window dot, let's see, window.confirm here, right? React.tsx, use mobile, sidebar is fine, invite button. Okay, this is probably the issue here. When it's trying to pre-render the invite button, it's failing here. And so what we need to do is for the invite button, we need to come down to this the dashboard page. For the invite button, we need to dynamically render it without server-side rendering. So we'll just have invite button, it goes to dynamic like this, turning SSR to be false. Okay, so then this basically won't face the issues. And so we're going to commit this again, remove dynamic SSR, and let's push this up again. And because it's linked to our repository, when we push it up, Vercel should automatically deploy it. Like, notice that we have a new deployment, and hopefully you can see that it has detected it. Right, it's gonna build. Oh, and one more thing is I'm gonna go down to my settings, to my functions. I'm gonna just change it to somewhere near my database, which is Singapore. So I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna cancel my deployment. Okay, not yet. I'll let it load, and then because every time I update my settings, like my function area, I have to redeploy it. So that's what I'm doing here. Okay, and it works. Okay, so because it works, I'm gonna redeploy this here. Cool. So once it redeploys, it should be fast and it should work live. And boom, it's done. So now if I go to Dionysus-YouTube.vercel.app, hopefully it's gonna ask us to sign in, right? And so if I continue with Google and log into my account, I should still see all my projects, right? Let's see. And so if I go to /dashboard, okay, nice. I still see my projects. right? Commits test, right? And so everything works perfectly. Let's see if I can create a new project, right? Let us say test prod. Let's put in my chat PDF, right? And let's check credits. And okay, cool. You'll be charged 46 credits for this repo. I have 337, looks right. So I'm gonna press create project, and hopefully it's gonna give me a success message to show that this still works. Cool, project created successfully. So I say test prod. If I see test prod, I can see my repository here, my commits here. I can still ask a question. Where do I change the PDF loading logic? Right, I'm gonna ask diagnosis. Hopefully it gives me an answer. Nice, PDF viewer. How the PDF is loaded makes sense. I can still save my answer. I come down with my Q&A. It shows up here. My sidebar looks nice. It works, right? My billing still works, right? I can just come down here and just do, let's see. I can still buy 340 credits. Let's see, this works on production. So let's just try a test card. And hopefully I should increase by 340 points. Let's see. Nice. Cool. And my credits increase. The Stripe is working. The AI is working. The meetings is working. Well, we can test it. Let's see. Let's test it with this. So it's uploading 19%. This seems to be working. And so it's gonna then upload it, and I should see a new meeting here. It's gonna be processing. So we're gonna give you a few seconds or a few minutes, and hopefully that it returns with the actual processed meeting. And boom, that's so fast. And so you see this works perfectly. I can view meeting here. I can view all my details of my issues, right? Obviously you should upload something longer to test that works. But everything works fine, perfectly. Q&A, I can log out, I can sign into another account, I can invite another member, etc. So awesome, man. It worked first try, well, kind of. But I am so excited to actually finish this project with you guys. Yeah. So if you enjoyed that video, please give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends if you find that helpful. And other than that, if you want to find out how you can support me anywhere else, you can check out our starter kit, right? Or you can check out a free kind of software list that I compile every week, right? These are all the kind of best and most updated kind of technologies that's out there in the world right now regarding full stack tutorials. And so if you are free and you're happy to actually check out some of these tools, you can come down to startSaaS/starter kit /software list to check it out. But other than that, thank you so much for watching, and this is Elliot. Peace out.